Do my higher dance.
Peace.
No.
Peace of paradise to all American Aborigines. Spring Chief holidays in the motherfucking building. The truth is here. Hey, it's just Sahab. I come in peace. Hey, man. Peace to all the loved ones, man. Tuned in, man. Shout out to all the great ones. What we got first in the building? We got Mama Bear first in the building. Peace to Mama Bear. We got Cherokee King, Yeshua in the building. Nation, one up. Hey, that's IMU. Shout out to IMU. Ron's Flat Power King, Chief Kokomo, Miss Gretchen Helm was in the building. Y'all already, man. Y'all already know, man. Hold them drive down, man. Shout out to Gretchen Helm. We got Truth over everything. Timbuktu, son of Papoose, Enlightened Aboriginal, Blue Feather, Greedy Vegan, Libra Sun. Peace to all the guys, man. Hey, we got Southwind is in the building. Peace, guys. Come on, y'all. Sean Yesharel is in the building. Making a change. As you know, it's gonna be interesting conversation. Because I don't know if you guys caught the debate last night. We were kind of busy last night. We had a lot of things going on. We checked out Who Sold the Cookies last night. Shout out to Sister Janice John. Unpack with Janice John. If y'all haven't checked that out, go check that out. Last night was a good build, man. We got Lowell, Determined, .com is in the building. Good God, man. Definitely appreciate everybody, man, tuning in. Chicken Homie Roots is in the building. Peace, Empress. So, hey, want to shout everybody out, man. Fast. Definitely appreciate everybody. What else we got going on, y'all? What else we got going on? Oh, we got my OG. He coming in tonight. Got an interview with him. We're gonna be playing some of that music. I heard some of the songs. Got it. Beautiful nigga. Know that I did it. PhD. So yeah, man. So my OG gonna be tuned in. I'm gonna do the night job. Go look out for that, man. So we're gonna get into this conversation about Trump, right? So after last night, I had opportunity. I was like, I hadn't heard about the debate and stuff, but it wasn't really on my mind. We were busy, we had so much going on. So I forgot about the debate, right? And I think we would have tuned in last night live with the debate, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just that important because we gotta understand we're shaping not only public opinion and things of that nature, whatever, but just the course of history. We reshaping the course of history. Y'all gotta understand that. So it was interesting to see, what they're gonna talk about, things of that nature, whatever. So they had the guys come in, right? Pasty guys, and they like telling the rules and how basically they're gonna stick to the same rules and whatever, right? They wanted to have a real spirited debate. But they wanted to, kind of keep it kind of followed. So for the most part, they had a real spirited debate. And they kept it, I guess, within the confines of that. So it was pretty good, pretty good debate, pretty good back and forth. And I'm saying the whole conversation wasn't on Trump. Is Trump the first black president? Is the conversation that we're gonna have right now. We're talking about black. But I know they tried to market Bill Clinton before as the first black president. You know what I mean? And we don't know how that worked out. You know what I mean? So, so he had went on Arsenio Hall and shit. You know what I'm saying? And played the saxophone and shit. And everybody was all, oh shit, he's on Arsenio Hall show, whatever, right? Right, we was all talking about Bill Clinton and everything, and people all ran down to the polls, voted for him, right? Record numbers of Negroes went down there and voted for Bill Clinton. That's so everybody was happy about the whole Bill Clinton thing, right? Y'all remember this, right? I remember all this, right? Okay. And nobody in that time we didn't have social media, so a lot of things we would only be exposed to what the mainstream media would put out. Y'all understand that, right? So we had to understand how that worked. So we got basically exactly what they wanted to paint the picture of this guy. And Arsenio Hall at the time was our Jay Leno, our Johnny Carson. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, it was better than that. You know what I'm saying? Because it was about culture. You know what I'm saying? So they had tapped into that. So that's what Arsenio Hall was. And so they knew that. So they said, yo, you know what? Let's tap right into, right? This is the 90s. Now, y'all remember this. Everybody, y'all remember all this, right? I I was too young to vote at the time, so on and so forth, right? Well, I wasn't voting for these clowns at the time, right? So we're gonna keep pushing, right? So Bill Clinton on Arsenio, he's playing saxophone, all this shit. He got shades on, it's a real character, right? And niggas fell for hook, line, and sinker, right? Boom, got him in office, right? Right? Even with all the scandals and everything, people was just like, nah, that's our guy. You know, people make excuses for him, all those things, right? Now, in the meantime, between time, the policies and things that's going on, everybody felt good about the Democratic Party, felt good about Clinton, policies and things that were, that we can look back on now, how they affected us, right? In real time, was on his watch, on Joe Biden's watch, on Hillary Clinton's watch, right? The damage that they did to the American people was terrible. We're still suffering from it to this day. So we got to talk about that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? The damage, a lot of people are still suffering from the damage. So we're going to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So the damage is still, people are still suffering. American people are still suffering. You know what I'm saying? To this day, I'm talking about all American people are still suffering to this day. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to us and our community, right, we overwhelmingly vote against our interests, Clinton or whatever. But listen, we didn't have all the background or whatever. So right, so people got a little wiser when they fast forwarded up to um, it's Clinton, right? Hillary. People that we had a little bit more understanding of what's going on, you know, as far as the Martin Sanger stuff and all the Goldwater girls, all this other stuff. So people and people have had a track record of what the Clintons, including her, she was the first lady, right? And the Bidens and everybody else, all the people, all the things that they had to do for our people. You know what I think is interesting, right? You know, I've never seen this in the debate before in my life, y'all. I've never seen this before. And I've seen you know, I seen a lot of shit going on in the background. Damn, I just lost my word. So we just talk about the Clinton, Hillary Clinton, right? And she's on her rise to going to become the president of the White House, right? People remember that, okay? And so, hence, you have Donald Trump in the White House. She didn't. She won the popular vote. Us, right? We the popular vote. We pushed popular culture in America. And once again, we know Beyonce's, Jay-Z's, and Oprah, and all these different people back to Hillary Clinton. Now, follow me now. Yeah. For sure. All right. So, so, Hillary Clinton, right, didn't become president because she won the popular vote, right, but she lost the presidency to Donald Trump. Presidency to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, president now, right? And so, if you're not emotional, right, and you can just sit back and just listen to certain, you know, just the talking points or whatever they're saying or whatever, and then fact check what they're saying. See who you would believe whether or not is more trustworthy in this situation, right? Now, one thing I had never heard in my life, ever heard in my life in a debate was when somebody is, especially a political debate, right? When somebody says, "Hey, man, you did A, B, C, and D, right?" Or just A, right? And then you say, yeah, me and everybody else did, but it was a mistake, right? I think that is, in a debate, that would be the death blow to anybody, any situation, whatever. You're just dead, right? You just say, hey, man, yeah, I said that or whatever, but I made a mistake. And then we're going to do everything in our power to fix it. So, you know, Biden found himself in that position a couple times in this debate, y'all. So, we're gonna I don't know if we can get to a little audio of this debate, y'all. And yeah, man, just we're gonna cut in and out, man. See what y'all think about this conversation. A lot of people didn't catch it last night. A lot of people just kind of disinterested, right? Uninterested in what's going on in politics right now. There's a lot going on, there's a lot of distraction, and we had to find out what were we distracted last night and what was going on. Now we got playbacks and things of that nature, whatever. Yeah. So, so, when we're talking about, Donald Trump and some of the things that, the platinum plan, talking to high school, people talking to high schools and adopting anything, you know what I'm saying? Prison reform, a lot of things, that he touts that he's done for the black community. He's also touted, we're talking about Trump, that he has done more for the black community, right, than any president since, right, Abraham Lincoln. Now, I want to start there with the conversation. We're going to talk about, we're going to compare what Abraham Lincoln done for so-called black people. Now, here's the thing, right? Now, we understand we're not black. We understand that that's a social construct. Mr. Trump, Mr. Biden, anybody else that have these conversations, when you guys ask questions, you ask, well, hey, well, how do you feel about police shooting down unarmed black men? How about unarmed Americans? Okay? Because last time I checked, other people are shot down in the streets as well. So a lot of times, they're just glorifying or pushing a certain narrative. They want to push a certain mindset on our people. And the other side pushes as well. So we understand that we're Black Lives Matter, they have the best interest in pushing the other side. Now, like I said, I could break down the whole make guys so anything, whatever, but I think we should listen to it, listen to some of the key points, whatever. We can get it to where they started at, and we can fast forward a little bit, here, there, whatever, to key points that is relevant to us. But when it comes to America, I think everything is relevant. It wasn't that long of a debate. I think it was less than an hour. They had six parts. So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you guys up. Shout out to everybody that tuned in. Testing. I'm trying to. I got new headphones. Oh shit. Let's see why. Damn it. Hey, shout out to Ignorant West. Thank you. Testing. Can I get some ones? How that sound? What's up, bro? Testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Hey, peace to Ignorant West, Lee Letty. What we got in here? I got everybody looking at chat. You can start the audio whenever. I'm gonna talk over it anyway. We're gonna determine whether or not at the end of this, bill, or at least this segment, whether or not President Donald J. Trump is indeed the first black president. Okay, we got some ones in the building. All right, cool, y'all. Dreadman 112, peace. Definitely appreciate you, man. we got Miss Carlene McLean is in the building. Peace, Empress. Aboriginal Power is in the building. Peace to the God, man. Oh my God, that's shit going on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hey, the link's in the chat room. Anybody want to come on the panel? Chop up about the if you seen the debate last night, let me know. It's very interesting. Well, I think because I read between the lines, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that I haven't seen, like Joe Biden saying that he made mistakes. They were going to do better. Like I said, it's very interesting, y'all. I've never seen that before in political settings. Yeah, there's a lot going on. The indigenous copper tone Christ. What's up, man? Appreciate it. Yeah, man, we got natural life going on. So, hold on. Yeah, I'm back, yeah. Um, yeah, while we wait on this, man. Yeah, man, it was like I said, it was an interesting debate. Um, yeah, I don't want to spoil it, so I don't want to talk about it too much till we get into it. But yeah, it was definitely interesting to say the least. Um, but I just wanted to say, yeah, black is it's not us if we even get into the etym of the word black. Black, the etym of the word is blotted, bleached, pale. You know what I mean? So we don't want to confuse everybody, so we understand the etym of these words. Oh, All right, y'all. So we're gonna get into this debate, y'all. We're gonna start out from the top. We're not gonna get to all the boring stuff I was telling y'all about, like the academy. And they were all happy and praying and shit. You know, yeah. So they were all excited about having this event. Where they had it at. It was in Nashville, actually. Empress, I thought I seen you out there with your Trump shirt on. So shout out to Nashville. Tennessee is in the building. Hey, yeah, let's get into it, y'all. I'm gonna mute my goddamn. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think we're just gonna play the audio. I don't know if we fuck it. Let's just go. Let's do it. Go. Get it. Fair use. Fair use.
Good evening from
You ain't got no
Belmont
sound over
University
here.
in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune, whether it's 4 months or a lifetime. Nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away. And as I say, we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you and your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular, that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, This is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no
We're
plan.
going to have a dark winter and at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about don't worry. It's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your
I
reaction?
say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, he said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. What Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You
I didn't say
certainly
should have
did.
called
You
Pelosi, and
certainly
I
did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to
He
handling
thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
That's obvious.
do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in a golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the neighborhood, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President
Well,
Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often, the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your
Simply
response.
not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but would they need resources to open? You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in
We
fact
have all this in
infected.
Las Vegas,
You need
and
to
we're
be
doing
able to
fine.
trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I
on-
will say this, if you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You
But you
just
could-
can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look
Vice
at what
President
New
Biden.
York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
When you
about
say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes and they've been closed and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up
It's a
with you
joke.
before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony, but he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next
My
section.
response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we found out in the New York Times the other day that in fact his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers said, sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're
The
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one,
on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
I
Joe,
haven't.
You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, We beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able
All
to
right,
get.
gentlemen, we're
But
going to
don't
move
tell me
on.
about Wall
Average
Street.
We're gonna-
contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talked with him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, well, I shouldn't, oh, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to
I
you.
have to
Let me
respond.
ask the
Yes.
question. You're going to have 2 minutes
Sure.
to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And, you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said, the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose, because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30
Okay, straight
seconds.
here.
And then I do want to
I-
follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax, tens over the last number of years, tens of millions of dollars I prepaid because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell you
told
when
you
you could
that.
release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know. Maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions
I have to
about all of this,
respond to
but
that.
I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you
As
have
soon
a
as the audit is
deadline for
finished,
when you're going to release them
I
to the
get
American
treated
people?
worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because
you
I have a
don't
lot
have
of
a time.
people in there,
Okay.
deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you
Yep.
both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance
Some
to
point
talk
I'll
about
respond
this
to
more
this.
broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years
Everybody
you're going to
knows
release
it.
your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do
Okay.
know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
Very
So
quickly, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you
Sure.
on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong, because
All
the
right.
kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken. I mean, your brother made money in Iraq,
Let me,
millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
all right, gentlemen, let me just ask
Oh,
some
man.
questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China. I have not had it. The only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
Never
President
to
Trump,
deal with
let me
China. By the
ask
way,
my question to you.
But
and
could I
then
just
you'll-
one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this, 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment,
All right.
and he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you. Very
No
quickly, Mr.
basis for
Vice
that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened and it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking
Okay,
up money every
President Trump,
place he
thank you. We
goes.
do
Not
need to move
true.
on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said, we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said, we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others. And he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to
Yes.
respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and
His
then we're
son
going to move
walked
on
out
to
with
North
$1.5
Korea.
billion from China to
Not
manage after
true.
spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy,
true.
though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going
First
to
of
make them
all,
pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave
New
$28 billion.
sanctions? New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers. because
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from
You
China.
know who the taxpayer is? It's called China. China
Not
paid
true.
$28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel
Okay,
industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want
That is a
to talk
typical
about
statement.
North Korea.
Excuse me,
I
just
do
for
want
1
to turn
second,
to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President,
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing. And then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just
All
a
right.
typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I
President
got
Trump.
elected.
Let's talk
Let's
about-
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you
No.
forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war. And he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be
Okay.
dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have a
that's
war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank you.
relationship.
Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat right
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get that the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American
Kristen,
families.
they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He
I
wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
got to
for a
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it.
You
And
know,
that's
I-
okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have to
leaders
move
of other
on, 'cause we
countries
have
is
a lot
a
of
good
countries.
thing.
We have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
now
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it
let's
didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk about
He left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to move
left
on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to
2
all
or
of
3
our
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is healthcare, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and healthcare is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision, run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful healthcare. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better healthcare, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private healthcare. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care. And we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your healthcare plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I didn't, not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's
I
your
say
response
it's
to them?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years. And it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine. And it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question.
you can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be
We
no
have
fracking. There
we
will
do
be
have
no
a number of
petroleum.
topics.
No,
we're
no,
gonna
but
get
that's a
to.
big- that's a big question.
We're going to get to. We're going to get to.
It's
It's
a
the
number
same
of
thing with
topics.
socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period, 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 period. And the Biden care proposal will in fact provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on healthcare. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine. And when he and healthcare, when he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally
Wrong.
destroying, and destroying your Social Security. And this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in
Bernie.
his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay,
It-
let's
it was
let Vice President
impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your
confused
response.
guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that are going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So no, I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare, come on.
He tried to get
10
rid of,
seconds,
he
Mr.
tried to hurt
President, and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that
Let me,
when they
Mr.
announced
President, I have to
last
move on
week,
to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to have
will
time to
boom
talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's
biggest
move on to the
analysts are
next
saying that.
question
Let me respond.
very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claremont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're gonna
People's
move on.
stock are through the roof.
All
And
right.
he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period
We're gonna-
of time before he
okay,
even knew
we're
it.
going to move on to
And
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right,
By the
Mr.
way,
Vice
just so
President,
you
let,
know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because
Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets, and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter
The
with
bill
these
that was
guys?
passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All
By
right,
the
I
way,
want
if
to.
I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses
Yes.
and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum
I
wage.
do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
Excuse me,
immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly.
want
He
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
We have
recently.
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said
Not
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal
Say
minimum
it.
wage to $15
Say
an
it.
hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to
What I
$15 an
really
hour. Is that
like,
still the case?
and I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really like,
administration?
in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in
Every-
different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
Okay, President Trump,
ruinous.
thank you. Quick
no one
response, Vice
should
President
work
Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about
all saw.
immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you
me
reunite these
just tell
kids
you,
with their
Let
families,
me just tell you,
Mr.
they
President?
built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages. And then they had a picture in a certain newspaper. And it was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you
They
have a
built
plan to reunite
cages.
the kids?
Yes,
with
we're
their
working on
families?
it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this
525
conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
They
to
did
that?
it. We changed.
did not
They built the
separate
cages.
They,
Who built the cages, Joe?
let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arm and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down. We
seconds, and
brought
then I need to ask you
reporters,
a question.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
that
of
have
them
gotten
haven't been
such good-
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me
Joe?
ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President
Kristen,
Trump,
he
your
had
reaction.
8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've
We
changed
did.
without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden,
Wrong.
your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
so
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send
Not true.
ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe.
They do.
They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But they're
President
very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check
Check
it
it
out. They
out.
don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it. So we don't have to worry about
Let's
it
move
anymore.
on
Joe.
to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and Brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a Black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street, making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the Black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the Black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture. And everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the Black and Hispanic communities, and then historically Black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did 10-year long-term funding. And I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them and they like me and I like them. But I saved it. Colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is the guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent Black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences, over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that in fact initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some
Excuse me.
Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
If this stuff is
questions.
true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling
is
you a
simple.
corrupt politician.
Nobody's
Take a look
calling
President
at the
Trump, I
laptop
want to
from
stay
hell.
on the issue
Excuse
of
me,
race. We're
take a look
talking
at
about the issue.
laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
And I
you've
have to
just
respond to that.
please,
Because look,
very
there
quickly.
are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And
You
that's
gotta be-
exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly what.
This
was
is
told.
where he's going. The
All right.
laptop is Russia,
Yes.
Gentlemen, I
Russia.
want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Mr.
go
President,
again with Russia.
We're going to continue
Boy,
on the
oh,
issue
boy.
of race. Mr. President,
believe
you've
that one.
described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that Black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I
and
don't
by
know.
the-
I mean, I
the
don't know what
videos?
to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of Black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me
Abraham.
ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire, every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a
No,
follow-up question.
he made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did that-
Abraham
No,
Lincoln.
where did that? No.
You
I
said
said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the Black community.
and I'm
I
saying
didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the Black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
oh God.
tens of thousands of Black men mostly in jail.
All right, let me,
And you know
let me,
what?
a- let me
They
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden a
look at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that you
Biden
treated them
about
very, very badly.
the-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young Black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done because I think The American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug, but they were not in the crime bill.
But
Okay,
why
so-
didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a
Your
lot of it
response.
done. We released
You didn't get
38,000. We
anything
got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from the
You got
out-
nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I
Quick
just
response,
asked-
and then we're
I
going to
just
move
asked
on
one
to climate
question.
change.
Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens
Because-
of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why,
Because-
Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President
Because we
Biden,
had
and
a
then we're going
different-
to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you
Okay.
got to talk them into it, Joe.
All
Sometimes
right.
you got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next
You know,
section.
Like
I don't know if that was the end of it. To finish the debate. Yeah, I don't think that was the end of it. We're gonna finish. We'll get into the. Hey, shout out to Xavier Mathis. Really appreciate you, brother. Yeah, we're gonna pull that debate back up there. Hey, man, super interesting, man. Hold on, let me put this in the chat room, y'all. We gotta talk about this. There's a lot of interesting things so far. What y'all think? I see what y'all saying. It's super interesting. Y'all got super jokes in there. Yeah, we're having a little technical difficulties, man. Bear with us for a second. Yeah, man. Peace to the tribe, man. Yo, just so far, my observation on the thing, man. I Yo, just like I said, just listening to these guys going back and forth about the different subjects that they're, going on. They started out with the corona. Yeah, I don't know exactly what would be the right answer to that one. You know what I'm saying? I think that one was kind of that first question, that round was kind of a draw. You know what I mean? Just my observation, the eyeball test, and me saying it twice now, to see that and say, yeah, I think that was kind of a draw because there's really no right answer on that. However, I do not agree with the shutdown. You know what I'm saying? I live in a state, in a city, particularly that never shut down. We got plexiglass up at the stores, masks, and all these other things, social distancing at the in the restaurants, and gradually doing certain things. And our hospitals aren't overran with people. You know what I mean? And we're surrounded by every state that's touching this state was shut down, but people were still coming in and out. It was super weird to me. You know what I mean? Essentially, if they would have been shut down, we would have been shut down from them. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they would have hurt the economy. And well, I don't got to tell you guys, how, how everybody's hurt right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's hurting, except for billionaires and people like that. They're taking advantage of all subsidies and stuff. We got Libra Son in the building. Peace to the God, man. What's up, brother?
Peace, man. Peace to the American gods and goddesses. What's good with you?
Chilling, man. Hey, had you checked that out last night?
Yeah,
Have you
man.
seen that?
I was kind of in and out last night because I was at work and shit, man. But yeah, man, shit was fired on, man. No doubt. No
I'm talking
doubt.
about the debate that we just played. Did you see that last night?
Oh nah. I mean, I just saw it just now. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't normally watch that bullshit. Um, I mean, it is what it is.
Well, for Trump said that he's done more for the black community, brother. We're just gonna get right to it, y'all. We ain't gonna fuck around. Trump said that he did more for the black community since Abraham Lincoln. Um, how you feel about that, sir?
Hmm. Well, I mean, shit, that could be true. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's his opinion. Um, it could be true. I haven't tracked everything that he's been doing. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
So I can't say that that's not true because I haven't tracked it.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All
But
right.
but I will say this though, man. I mean, everybody is they all talking about how bad the crime bill is, but nobody's talking about repealing it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I,
Trump is actually talking about repealing it. That's what justice
I
reform
mean,
and prison
didn't he
reform
have
and
an
stuff is about.
yeah, but didn't he have? I mean, why did start with repealing it? You know what I'm saying? That have not been really talked about. You know, just repeal the shit. You know what I mean?
Well, let's do this. Let's check
Go
it
with
out.
that.
Hmm. Damn, they got the fingerprint for it. They said legacy. They said the '94 crime bill, right? And it said legacy and lessons. Yee. Damn it, yo. Overview. What else? Yeah, I definitely ain't better see that right now. Let's blow that up. I can read that a little bit. Okay. About the Council on Criminal Justice. Council on Criminal Justice is a nonpartisan, that means both parties, Democrats and Republicans, criminal justice think tank and national invitational membership organization. Its mission is to advance understanding of the criminal justice policy choices facing the national and build
Facing the nation.
consensus. Okay.
The-
Okay, wait. Policy choices facing the nation and build consensus for solutions based on facts, evidence, and fundamental principles of justice. The council does not take policy positions, right? As part of its array of activities, the council conducts research and convenes independent task forces composed of council members who produce reports with findings and policy recommendations on matters of concern. Okay. The findings and conclusions in this research report are those of the author alone. They were not subject to approval of the council's board of directors of the board of trust or its board of trustees. So I think that's interesting that they said this is just the author's alone. Um, so far, you think about what we read. Libra.
well, I mean, it's showing you that it's a disclaimer. you know you know what I'm saying, that we're not responsible for we're we're not as responsible for what's contained in it, and we didn't approve this shit.
Right, right,
You know what
right.
I'm saying? So
Yeah. Hey,
basically,
I
they
want to
saying
greet
they
the
ain't got nothing to do with this shit.
I want to greet the brothers just came on the panel. We got brother David Taylor, Mr. Brooklyn just went back out. He probably be back. Okay, so we're gonna keep reading this, man. We'll get into this thing, man. I don't know if this has ever been done in the public. I I haven't seen it. I know we used to watch Donahue and shit back in the days or whatever. Shout out to Jesse Raphael or something. There talk about the crime bills or certain things or whatever. And we would see, um, we would hear headlines and things of that nature. But a lot of times it's not really about that. It says about the Council on Criminal Justice. Oh no, okay, we already read it all that. Yeah, let's keep going. Okay, so y'all see that.
What did they say
Uh,
about the author? What did they say about the author, though? They
Hold
just
on, let's go
let's go back. What they said about the author.
back. Hold on about the author.
And look at that name.
You already know. Richard Rosenfeld is the curator, distinguished professor emeritus of criminology and criminal justice at the University of Missouri, St. Louis, right? His research focuses on crime. I can't see that right there. Trends and crime control policy. Okay. Professor Rosenfeld is a fellow and a former president of Emeritus of Criminology. Okay. All right. We got that. Emeritus. Okay. Wait a
No,
minute. President.
American Society.
Okay. Hold on. He's the president of the American Society of Criminology. Okay. Now we already know that these societies, your societies, we already know that what they're attached to, they will be attached to eugenics, they will be attached to Darwinism, they will be attached to a program that would be the school to prison pipeline. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, you got the people that's creating policies is the same ones that's benefiting from prisons and things like that. So it's just really crazy, yo. So the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994 crime bill was and remains the single largest piece of federal criminal justice legislation in U.S. history. Its 33 separate titles address topics as diverse as violence against women, policing, drug courts, the death penalty, and telemarketing scams targeting the elderly. the crime bill's breadth and level of detail virtually guaranteed that it would be controversial when it was passed a quarter of a century ago, and it certainly remains so today. So basically, they said it's still in effect today. But some of that controversy rests on on an incomplete reading or misunderstanding of the bill's major provisions and actual effects that they had on the nation's convicted of violent crimes in particular have been overstated and mischaracterized, leading to inaccurate conclusions that echo in public and political discourse today.
Discourse
So
today. Wow.
yeah, so so really, I don't think this is the crime bill itself, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're gonna read this if we can. Well, actually, because a lot of times, you know how they stuff is in the bill, but then we would really just be listening to like opinions and things like that or whatever. So yeah, let me get back to this though. Let's see, because right, because like perfect example, right? Not um, is it constitutional for black and white? Of course not. But of course, if we're the ones who are in the crack trade, for instance, in this time period, then it will disproportionately affect. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, what I've read so far, this right here is a lot of the things that was said that are said about even this crime bill or whatever are not right and exact how they portray them in the public. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it says, let's say Title One said public safety and policing authorize hiring and training of additional police officers to adopt community policing strategies and innovative crime preventive programs and technology. So yeah, we are seeing how that work, crashes and all these different gang task forces and stuff like that. They still have around today. So they have definitely militarized shit. So we understand that. Prisons, do we have to talk about that? But okay. Provided grants to states for truth and sentencing provisions to improve correctional facilities and develop alternatives such as boot camps and incarcerate violent offenders to develop alternatives to traditional incarceration and probation for young offenders and to compensate states for incarcerating undocumented immigrants, right? In addition, Title II require prison impact assessments for legislation that could increase or decrease the number of prisoners in federal facilities, expanded good time credits for federal prisoners, authorized an evaluation of prison education programs, prohibited federal courts from declaring prisons overcrowding unconstitutional unless a plaintiff shows that overcrowding caused cruel and unusual punishment of that plaintiffs uh, prohibited Pell Grants for federal and state prisoners, authorized drug testing for federal offenders on post-conviction release, and encourage job training and placement for federal and state prisoners and ex-offenders. Now, once again, what we know who is overwhelmingly affected by this 94 crime bill. You know what I'm saying? Um, you got anything to say about this, brother?
Yeah,
David,
yeah,
you,
no doubt.
you as well. Go ahead, bro.
I'm with you. What was you saying?
Well, we're talking about, overcrowding prisons and stuff like that. They're literally, um, obviously, if they're set up, the crime bill, like crack cocaine, for instance, was um, more time wise. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
they could cleverly word stuff in the bill. You understand what I'm saying? But then move in a certain way that's unconstitutional. How could you take crack powder cocaine and make it okay, now it's more time, it's more potent because of this turned to crack cocaine. But because we were in that trade, they, you understand what I'm saying? They push that a little more. And then, as far as you're talking about violence, we already know if you get caught on the delivering of, hold on, go ahead, brother, take that real fast.
In my opinion, crack cocaine, you were able to make more money off of it. Not only were we involved with it, it was um I think that we're still seeing that we're falling into the same trap as before. What was the purpose of all of this information coming out about get your family has get your records, do your genealogy? You know, even with beautiful Hobart brought to us, the Empress, what she brought to us concerning um the lady that the lady that she I think was named Nessie or Nisi or something, and she was talking about the land patents. I don't think that we're quite understanding in entirety what's happening. This is called bread and circus. It doesn't matter what bill they come up with. It doesn't matter what celebrity brings you his portion of the bill. You guys are not the people that they're talking about, but you're rolling with it because it takes hard work to find out who your folks are. And that's what we're dealing with. You got so many people that have done this genealogy, and they're like, listen, we're not these people. They're not going to do anything for these people. Why are you interested in these people? You're even saying yourself, black and white, they're not going to really make laws according to that. Why do they keep talking about it then? Because it's a certain, it's a way to keep you involved in something that's not going to benefit you. So I'm not even trying to be shitty. For instance, right now, rest in power to Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson jumped out of his grave right now and was like, vote for Joe Biden. Meatballs will go out and vote for Joe Biden, man. They would to the polls. This has been a spectacle, my nigga. This has been a big fucking joke. And it is a joke. The crime bill that we're reading right now. That's not the most devastating crime bill. The 1976 crime bill that a guy named Strom Thurmond produced with Joe Biden. That is the crime bill. It's like, man, I'm sorry, man. Like, I like Ice Cube as a human being. I like him as a movie guy or whatever. I'm not really into West Coast rap like that. That's my choice. But I like Ice Cube. He's a cool dude, I guess. But, man, he falls into the category of Joe Biden. You've been around for so many years. What made you decide to do all this stuff now? And then how in one breath are you going to talk about you relatives and stuff who say they're Indian, but you're not even mentioning about that? So, in my opinion, man, we're wasting time. This is a circus. This is a distraction. Something that's going to have us wrapped up in our emotions. Like there's going to be a savior. I know we've been indoctrinated. Everybody's been indoctrinated, but we got to snap out of it sometime, man. Some of us know for a fact that this is a circus, and it's really for us, man. It's nothing. It's not even entertaining at this point. It's pathetic to know that we're still holding on to, just give it one last chance. This is gonna be different, man. Y'all don't know. Kanye West is running this year. Oh, no, this is gonna be different, bro. You don't know. Ice Cube's running. Ice Cube's talking. Man, look, man, this is foolishness. It's foolishness. It's straight foolish. At the end of the day, there's nothing that's gonna come of this. It's gonna be a humongous now. And I feel like, for the sake of that's what they need. They need your energy. They need that letdown. Let you down. If they let your belief system, and let's admit, a lot of our elders were let down behind Barack Obama, but they didn't know any better. We've been so far removed from who we are, we'll follow anything. I still got family members on Facebook talking nonsense, and they're too far gone. They're too far gone. And that's it. That's all I gotta say. I just think it's a humongous circus. It's embarrassing. Listen to people talk about black and white. It's embarrassing. It is. And it's just gonna be a massive letdown. I don't give a fuck who wins. I don't care. Because that has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with any of us, to be honest. I think that's for people who really, people who are not from America. Sorry, not from people who are, foreigners to this land. I think that's what that stuff is there for them to form a community effort. I don't think that's for us. So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be shitty, my nigga, but I just think this is a massive circus. And why do they need what? Why are they catering to us? Why do they need us to be a part of it? Because I need you, the most. I need all y'all Indians to be distracted every time. I need y'all to be distracted. So even though I know for a fact that I'm only going to be able to distract you so much, I'm gonna get somebody that looks like you to help distract you, and I'm gonna pay them on the back end. And that's what it is. It's a massive distraction, massive. Trump, even the comment, oh man, listen, I don't know what year Abraham Lincoln was around. And I'm sorry, I don't even know if that's a real character or not. I don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck what does just the fact that Abraham Lincoln is a letdown. The story of Abraham Lincoln is a letdown. It's a massive letdown. So he did so much, but it was a letdown. So what is that telling you when Trump says, I'm the best thing spread for black people since Abraham Lincoln? He's letting you know I'm about to let you niggas down. That's how I take it. Just the way they say it. It's about to be a letdown. None of my ancestors talk about Harriet Tubman, never talked about motherfucking Abraham Lincoln. None of these cornballs, man. None of them. And I'm not going to sit here and play like I know politicians. I don't know these people. So whatever they're saying, they're going to have to prove it. But from their track record, it's a massive letdown. Every single year, every election, things just get worse for regular people. It just gets worse for regular people. If you want to look at the highlight of Obama, the highlight was Obamacare. And if you didn't sign up and get it, they were gonna fine you for it. Nigga, I don't need your healthcare insurance. I'm good, but it was a fine if you didn't do it.
Right. Hey, so Trump came in and stopped them from finding you and taking out your tax money every year. So you like that? So it's a check for Trump right there, brother.
No, Trump actually got rid of that. He got rid of the fining aspect of it. No, I don't give a listen. I don't Trump, in my opinion, it's a circus, man. It's a circus. He doesn't listen. His goal is the same goal of the rest of them to divide and then create new ways to take money from you. That's it. This government, in my opinion, the government that we're looking at right now. I don't really think we need it. I think America is a well machine. At the end of the day, I really don't think we need it. So, in my opinion, I just don't see what Trump is going to bring or what he's going to do. If Biden's saying I'm gonna raise your taxes, trust me, Trump is going to raise your taxes on something else, dude. Both of these motherfuckers work together, man. It's a circus. But that's all I had to say, bro.
Still there, Chief? Chief. Check one.
Yeah, I'm here. We got none to less in the building.
Peace to the God.
Y'all got you. Hey, well, look, let's get into this 94 crime bill. Or y'all get it together. Hey, but David, I actually agree with you, brother. You know, we just can't get distracted. We gotta keep our eye on the ball. It's just to keep some few things that I pay attention to. Like I said, you gotta read between the lines. Biden, when Trump said, "Yo, you was taking money, blah blah blah," your son was taking money. You the big guy. I thought that was funny. You know, you big man. 10% go to the big man and shit like that. You know, I've seen a lot of debates, man. I've never seen that type of shit right there. But I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, it's a. You said that, Chief. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to cut you off. Hey, Chief, you still there?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I was saying, yeah, if you want to talk about that, like how funny it was, yeah, man. Watching two elders, you know, bicker, I guess. That's hilarious. It was funny. You know, that was real. It was cute. The first one was a little bit cuter, I guess. But yeah, it was cute. You know, it was funny. You know, some of the jokes that it was saying, and mixing truth with lies. Yeah, yeah, you know, nah, he done something. Like you said, he reconfirmed that 76 bill with that 94 crime bill. Yeah, he was busy. You know, the same thing. I'm going, you know, telling Trump saying you're going to do something. You haven't done anything since. Why didn't you do anything 8 years ago? You know, I mean, yeah, it's at this point, man. I'm sorry, yo. Like, it's funny. I'd rather them just cutting each other off and interrupting. I mean, if you want ratings, then you know, really sell the shit. Go ahead and bring Kanye up there. That would have sold it even more. They're serious about it. But that's all.
Oh, you should have came out. You should have came out to Kanye. What's that one? Nah, nah, nah. Wait till I get my money. Well, Trump already got his money right? Kanye, you got your money right too, right? Yeah, we need to get our money right? And that's all I'm concerned about, brothers. You know what I'm saying? Is us getting our money right and being focused. You know what I'm saying? Focus on the future, focus on building. You know, yeah, it's just really crazy. Hey, nonetheless, you there? Hold on, there you go.
I think
man,
Diddy
yo,
dropped
peace to the
off.
God.
There you go.
I mean, peace to the God. Y'all hear me?
Peace. Yeah,
Yes,
peace to
sir.
the God.
What
What up with you?
Hey, no, man. You know what I mean? Just listening and, you know what I mean, trying to take notes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all teaching me a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I could do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I mean? So listening to Trump, you know, the debates and shit. But you know what that crime bill is, though, right? Just so y'all know what the crime bill is. And that's what I think people don't recognize. We not recognizing the game, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you read that crime bill, you know what that crime bill is? It's a trust, bro. It's a trust indenture. It's giving instruction to these private prison systems, man. You know what I'm saying? And they're charging you as they lock us up. Because you understand, when that crime bill was introduced, that's when they started pumping this street music, incarcerating niggas heavy. You see what I'm saying? Around the same time. Filling up these jails and then warehousing these bodies and then dipping into our states, charging you for room and board, because they charging you for, you know what I'm saying, for your meals and shit when you're in jail, whether you know that or not. You know what I'm saying? So he want to apologize for this shit, but
Well, okay, so he said it was a mistake, right? That was his second mistake, right? I'm back to you, None. But he said it was a mistake, right? Is this like a crack where we should be looking for the restitution as well as, hey, look, check this out. We're not asking for a handout. You literally flooded our communities with drugs.
right.
You did this
That's
on top of no jobs and all the other things that you guys had. You know what I'm saying? It was just a perfect storm for us, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? And these fools is talking about $15 an hour. You can't survive off $15 an hour after they take your fucking taxes out of it. Are you serious right now? So,
exactly.
go ahead, brother. You got it, man. You got it.
You know
Nah,
what?
bro. Go ahead, bro.
Hey,
Go
hey,
ahead.
nah, I'm gonna just say this too, man, because I think too, man, we gotta really, really pay attention to why it's so hard to really get to these motherfuckers, right? Because number
Mm-hmm.
one, the first reason is identity, bro, because they are assuming the identity of America, which gives them the right to do all the shit that they doing, bro. It's really based on that fake ass identity that they are assuming to be. I'm trying to tell you, man, that's what makes this shit really, really difficult.
But the
You know what I'm saying?
identity comes from them. That's the problem. The identity
Well,
exists
well,
when these
well,
motherfuckers showed up.
well, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that they are acting on they assuming a false identity is what I'm saying. They
Who?
have taken the government. The government has assumed a false identity. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're calling themselves American and they represent America. You see what I'm saying? Which they have falsely identified themselves as. And that's part of the problem because
Uh,
it's just like saying that you go on vacation, somebody come in your house and they got access to everything. You know what I'm saying? They eating your food, they using your credit cards, they watching your TV. You know what I'm saying? They acting on behalf of you, assuming your identity. And they can go around the world talking about they Americans. They never go around the world talking about they just United States. You know what I'm saying? They always got to say, well, we America. You know what I'm saying? And it's a false identity, bro. Like
well,
they're not the Americans, but they
but
acting as if.
well, the problem is that some people are identifying them as American because they are the ones who underwrote the Commerce Clause, which is a flawed part of the Constitution. And people think that the Constitution is airtight. It's some holes in it, bro. There's some holes in it, and you better know that they had lawyers coming from England that went over that Constitution with a fine tooth comb to find out where the holes was at. And the Commerce Clause is a huge hole because they made an entire world off of the Commerce Clause, and it says that Congress has jurisdiction over commerce. So they created everything into a commercial aspect. Your birth, the mother, your life, your liberty, all that shit is under the Commerce Clause. So they created a whole new trust called the United States, the Constitution of the United States, right? The United States, I mean, you know what I'm saying? They put the of in there, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they knew that if everything was under commercial and they controlled commercial aspect, promote the commercial realm, they put everything into the public, brought everybody into the public, so it don't matter
Right.
if you're Indian. If you're in the
Yeah.
public, you under their jurisdiction. Don't matter if you're Aboriginal. If you're in the public, you in their
Hold up.
jurisdiction.
I got you, none, but
But
don't forget.
what I'm saying is they can call themselves anything in their realm. They
No,
can
no,
call
no, no,
themselves
no,
American.
no. That's not what I'm saying. Don't forget that even if you form a trust, you have to be able to put things inside of the trust. You see what I'm saying?
Assets. Assets. That's
Right,
what you put in
right,
the trust.
right,
Right.
right. You put
So
Well,
it's
the
not
well,
a
hold
assets.
on, though. None. Did you hear? Did
right.
you hear Trump call himself a company? I
Because
when he
that's
said
his
it,
realm. Exactly. Yo,
he said it.
the
He
thing
said it.
about Trump is giving you the game like nigga, I'm confident. I don't have to hide. I'm already good. I don't care if they
Hmm.
whatever y'all want. I put the shit out there where he said, what y'all want to be called? You want to be called African American or you want to be called black? Which y'all want to be called? You feel me? He
Right.
asking us, you know what I'm saying? So the whole thing that I'm trying to tell people is not about what you're called. All these titles are man-made, bro. We wasn't calling ourselves none of this shit 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. We made these, they are man-made. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
My whole thing is that we destroyed all this shit and we we are man. You know what I mean? Fuck all of these motherfucking colors. Fuck all of the goddamn races. That shit is their shit.
Right,
We are the men. We are the men. We are the gods and goddesses, the man. Y'all
right.
man too, we man. You know what I mean? Because you know
But
what's going to happen? Automatically, we're going to be put on top. Because we're not the recessive gene. You see how that works?
Yeah, yeah, I
Fuck,
feel that
fuck them
now.
racists. Kill all
But
that shit, man. Let them.
look though, look
Go
though
ahead, go
now,
ahead, go ahead.
look. Now people have to realize this. It ain't just about the names, right? That's not what it's about. That's not how they function. They function because they have definitions under those titles. You see what I'm saying? And they use the
Mm-hmm.
definitions to operate under. So when you call yourself black and African American, that's not just a name. What does black and African American mean? Here's the definition for it. This is what we go by. You see what I'm saying? So all of those titles that they have, all them blocks they have that you put your your check mark in, they have a definition for them. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you have something that's
Right.
undefined, then that's something they can't really deal with because it's undefined.
Well, no, I think no.
No,
That's
hey,
like the worst
no,
shit you can do, though.
hey,
That's the worst shit you can
Nah,
do.
hey,
not necessarily.
and by the way, too, and by the way, don't let nobody tell y'all to get a handout because out of the 500 billion, other people's, mainly immigrants, and that's another thing. I think that we should get the lion's share of any funding. The Aborigines of America, the first Americans should get any, like we should get the first everything. Matter of fact, we should be doling out the rest. And that's just how I feel about it, man. And that should be like, like grandfathered into America. You understand what I'm saying? That no immigrants should be leading nothing, nowhere. You heard what I'm saying? And I just feel like that, y'all, and like y'all can respect it or check it, but we allowed immigrants to come here and assume our position. They stepped
That's
into our
That's what I'm saying. They allowing all these
right,
people to take our identity. You understand what I'm saying?
right,
Like, how can they determine who's an American? They can't do that because they're not an American. But
but
when they took over
Trump trying to tell people on that too. It's people. It's not about black or white. It's
yeah,
people.
yeah. But
He's
look
making
though,
about black and white. That's what
but
I'm
Right.
look
saying,
though,
y'all. Y'all
what
gotta
I'm
peep
saying
game.
is that's the
Gotta
box
peep
inside of
game.
the box. But what I'm saying is that the first box is American, and once you assume that identity, now you can say what's what. You see what I'm saying? Because
Right.
if you're not an American, you can't determine what an American is. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I'm saying that they had to take that identity first. Once they assumed that identity, then they went from there and put everything in their box. You
Right,
see what
but
I'm
people
Right.
that
saying?
just got
Nobody.
naturalized, people that just got
Libra.
naturalized 2 weeks ago can vote
But
Nope.
in
these
November.
people couldn't have been
They can vote.
naturalized. But they couldn't have been naturalized until somebody else assumed the identity of
Exactly.
American.
Right,
You
but
said
but
they
I'm
was
saying though, they coming
naturalized.
in, they in the same position or better than we are, brother. This is what
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying.
How
Because
is this
Uh-uh.
possible?
they
How? Go
stole
ahead,
our
yes.
identity. This is what I'm
Okay, I
saying.
got you. I
And they
got
The
you.
gave us a
I
new
got you.
one.
international bankers did that, bro. They
They gave us a
hijacked
new
our
identity.
government,
They
bro.
call us
Look,
black, Negro,
they
everything under the sun. They
they
gave us a new identity, bro. This is
they
why they're
hijacked
taking
our
our shit. There you go.
they
Go, Joshua.
they hijacked our corporation, bro. Where the look, the sovereignty is in the states. The 50 organic states was put in the global trust. The Pope already turned that shit over 6 years ago, bro. I said everything's a process. I'm telling you. I was trying to show y'all that shit the one day, but nobody never screen shares for me. But we can read it together. There's a minor and a major, bro. You gotta understand that shit. You have to know your history, bro. Cause like dude said, David Taylor said, this shit is embarrassing that you don't know. You talking about the Constitution, but you don't really know what you're talking about, though. Like, man, on my soul, bro. Like that shit.
Bro,
Look,
who signed that document you talking about, bro?
who signed the document I'm talking about?
Yeah, the document. You talking about the civil order, right?
The General Civil Order.
Yeah, who
Yeah,
signed it?
Pope Francis. Pope Francis.
Okay.
He the Vatican's the ones that manage the global trust. All the other corporations like the District of Columbia and all that are under the Vatican's umbrella.
Yeah. But like I say though, bro, they had to assume our identity first. And then once they
But
done
that's
that,
hold
that
up,
gave
bro.
them room to operate.
They can't though. They're U.S. citizens, like you said. They're naturalized, bro. It's on the record. It's all documented, bro.
That's facts.
And if you read, there's three general civil orders.
You got to read the final statement because they break it down, everything, bro. So you won't have no questions if we go over that and read through that. I'm telling you, bro. The sovereignty is in the organic states, lowercase, not all caps, lowercase, because this goes back to Roman times and all that shit. It's all lowercase, the
Yes,
several states, bro. And that's what it was before Congress created the U.S. citizen, that status, and presumed everybody to be U.S. citizens, including us, the real Americans, bro. But
No,
we're
the
still
censorship
U.S.
come from it.
citizens. There's a distinction. There's a separation. Even if you read case law, there's state citizens and then there's federal citizens. The federal citizens are U.S. citizens. The state citizens are Americans, American nationals, private state citizens. Are y'all following me? Private and public, bro. But
Yeah, but you got to break
there's
it
so
down, bro.
much more.
That's not something that people are going to understand immediately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It does take some level of study to understand what those trusts are about. Because if you don't have a trust, then you automatically going to fall under the Pope or the Roman Catholic Church trust, bro. So you can't.
Look,
Yeah,
listen.
but what trust is it in? What trust are you
Listen.
depositing the trust that they release into, though, bro? You feel me?
Huh?
That's the whole point. We don't have anything set up as an asset, so they can give us reparations or restitution all they want to. You don't have anything to protect your trust and the interest into your own national standing. Then, bro, what are you doing? You feel me? Because you gotta have something that's leverage.
Come on, you. I feel you,
Huh?
but you're a little too emotional about this. You gotta be when you bro, this is the title to the whole world what we talking about right now. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. That all these nations contract with our corporation under that contract, bro. And it's the deed to the world and all the souls in it. Bro.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Yes, sir.
No, that's something that the Pope made up.
No.
Yeah.
Man.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I don't recognize any of that. But yes, sir.
Because that's the law of the land here in America, bro.
Yes, sir. Hear
It
me
don't
out.
make sense that a foreign nigga made that up, bro. Like,
hey,
that don't make no sense, bro. You gotta come better than that.
It do, yo, because you now giving the Pope trusteeship over all of the world land trust, bro. Like, come on, man.
Even explain
That's
everything.
a fact,
If you let me explain, I can prove that you're wrong. Because I can
Well,
tell you
what document
I can tell you how
you
it all
keep saying
started.
that the Pope released our trust, and that we good, bro, because of him. That's what you saying, yo.
Yeah, I don't
Have you
think
ever read the General Civil Order? Any of them?
Yeah, we
No.
went through them a
we
couple
read
years
that a lot of
ago,
times.
bro.
See,
We went through that a couple years ago.
See, but you can read something and not be there to understand the lingo that they're saying, though. Like,
You got the documents, bro?
Yeah, I can. I can send it to somebody and they can pull it up.
Hey, no, let me ask you a question though. Yes, sir. Can you or anybody form their own everything that you talk about? Our own stuff. Can we form our own thing, brother?
Bro,
is that a possibility?
See, y'all don't even know your own history. See, y'all gotta stop saying y'all.
I'm not talking about history
because
I'm trying to figure out what are they using to have
we
the
already
power.
have something.
What
we have state
document?
compacts,
I got
bro.
you. Listen, what document are they using?
Union, man.
The what? I got
the
you.
Perpetual
What document?
Union, the Articles of Confederation that created the first 13 nation states, bro. Now we got 50, and they put the land in the trust, the global trust.
So we're saying is that they source of their power is okay. I got you. So you're saying that the source of their power is paperwork.
No, look, you know how they did the birth certificate and all that, Social Security, how y'all be talking about the corporate fiction and all that. The international bankers, the Rothschilds and all them, they usurped the corporation and they started the Federal Reserve and did all the corrupt shit they were doing. That's how they're posing as the governmental service or whatever, but
the Federal Reserve
acting as a sovereign body, and then the Americans are asleep on YouTube, not understanding their own law.
That didn't happen
the
till after
foreigners are
Jekyll
benefiting.
Island, bro. That didn't happen after Jesse
Yeah,
got
bro,
elected.
that ain't that.
Come on,
The
man.
federal judge ran by private family, bro. That's not even part of the government.
Bro, y'all want to pull up the shit because y'all fragmented right now.
Nah, man,
Nah,
because
nah.
you be mixing
Nah, y'all just ain't
socialization
on
and
that level,
bro,
bro.
you gotta
Like I'm
understand.
telling you, bro.
You be mixing socialization in with
I'm
this
not
shit, bro.
mixing anything, bro.
Come
What
on,
did I
man.
mix, bro?
Bro, look,
I'm
Y'all just ain't there
listen,
yet.
bro, in order for you to take possession of anything, bro,
Ah,
it's a couple of ways you can do it. Either you're gonna do it by taking shit or you're gonna buy it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, it's acquiring. You have to acquire something to take possession of it. You know what I'm saying?
you
Now
was
you
born
can't
in DC, so
listen, bro. Listen, I got you. But you can't just
okay.
take possession of something on a piece of paper or in your mind and shit. Like that's not how the shit works, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like
yeah.
I don't
So when you
care.
go to court,
Listen,
okay. So
bro.
when you hold on, listen though. So when you go to court and you get summoned to court and you go there and you sign the little dockets and all that stuff. What you mean? Like
You
you
just said
sign that
sign,
motherfucking
right?
docket and they throw your ass
Yeah,
in. You consent and they
if you sign, right, you consenting to it. That's something different, bro.
right.
When you
You went
consenting
to
to
court.
something,
You
when
went
you
to court. It's
consenting, that's
acquiescence.
different,
throw you
bro.
in jail.
Nah, but
Nah,
that's
we
not.
talking about none of that. We talking about
What
a
you? Why
system where
y'all
it's
on
just
here?
yours. Nah, brother,
All right,
listen,
well then y'all ain't
listen.
American. If
I'm
y'all don't
I'm
believe in
asking.
the
No.
Constitution, that's the law of the land in America, bro.
Okay, so listen. So if it's only a piece of paper that's a source of their power,
There's so many
okay?
other things that tie to it. I'm just trying to get you to understand the
I
importance
don't
of it
care what
in
it is though.
America. Oh, well
Listen,
then you're
brother.
foreign
If
then, bro.
I got you. No. If I'm a
No, you're
conqueror. If I was
foreign.
no,
You'll
bro. I
find
know.
out.
I'm not gonna let a piece of paper stop me from
Oh
taking
my
your shit,
God.
dude. This is what you're not listening to. You gotta
What
think
year
like,
was you born?
bro. We're playing chess right now, right? We're
No,
trying
you're
to say
not. You're
something. You're
playing
not
checkers
listening.
right now,
You
bro.
keep telling us that your paperwork is everything, bro.
My
That's
paper.
if they created that
Bro, it's
system and
the
that paperwork,
supreme
there's
law of
no
the
way to
land.
beat them. It's not this. None of that shit,
Wait,
dude.
who
The,
created it? Wait,
the
first of all, Chief, tell me who
Arm and
created
Hammer
the
is the
Constitution?
fucking supreme law of the land, dude. That's what.
Who,
Look, if you
who
say, man, no,
created it?
I listen. Check this out. If you say, nah, I don't want to do none of that, and they can't enforce it, what they gonna do?
What are you talking about? That's your.
Nah,
You know
that's
what
what I'm saying, bro.
posterity means, bro? It's in the
Yeah, you're not
beginning of that
listening,
shit.
brother.
I mean,
I'm saying you're telling
well, I
me
never
that
read
Articles
that
of
shit.
Federation and they're using paperwork as a source of their power. I'm saying, well, okay, well, either let's change the
All right,
paperwork or
well,
throw the
look, tell
paperwork
me
away.
this. I want to know if you know your history for real. How were the states created? What document basically created the states? And I just said this shit.
What states you're talking about? Because you got to realize that there were territories way before
I
they even
told you it
got
was a
here, bro.
process. I told you it was a process, and
Oh
I'm
my
not talking
God,
to you. I'm
man.
talking to Chief.
Okay, all right,
Now, what
man.
document started the states that we have now? We got 50 now, but in the beginning, what document basically
Oh, bro.
got that running? That's American history, bro. You don't know it? We're in states right now. That's relevant. What? I mean, you
Hey,
must
bro,
know
you
this
want to know
shit.
what the law of the land is right now, though? It's the Uniform Commercial Code. Okay, that's the law of the land right now. All it's on
No,
commercial.
that's corporate fiction shit, man. That's
Well,
corporate influence,
it's
bro.
running shit right
That
now.
shit's
It's running.
over,
It's
bro.
no, it's
None. You're in
not.
a pastime
Are you serious
paradise,
right
bro.
now? All
Y'all
right,
niggas is
go
like
look
50
up. Go
years
look up the
old, bro.
UCC
Bro,
and tell
don't.
me the last state to not conduct it was Louisiana.
Hey, can
It's
you answer the
uniform
question?
across
Can you
all 50
answer the
states,
question that I asked, Chief? Can you? None?
bro. All right, what you talking about? All I
Listen,
hear is you
simple
talking about the
questions,
Pope.
bro.
Bro, all I hear is you capping. You keep
Man, see, I
foreign
can't even.
foreigners,
Y'all ain't
bro.
no
You
builders,
talking
bro.
about, yo, you right now,
You getting all
are
emotional and
telling
shit,
us,
bro. You want
you
me to
telling us
scream? Cause
because
I'll
the
roast
Pope,
you. I bet you
telling
your
this cracker,
hairline
the
is
Pope,
at the top of
because
your
the
head
Pope
right
is
now.
making a backflip because the fucking Pope. Nigga, are you serious?
Bro, you getting all emotional, bro. You don't know what you're
No,
talking
bro,
about. That's what I
I'm
brought
not.
you on here.
I'm not getting emotional. I'm flabbergasted at your ignorance, yo.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm ignorant, bro. I'm talking about American history, and you're screaming at me right now.
Yo, you telling
I
us?
asked you a
You
simple
telling us?
question, you can't answer it.
Nigga, I don't know the answer. The Pope.
I just said it.
The Pope. Let me explain something to you. The Pope has no fucking authority over here.
Man, you're a surface dweller, bro. Like,
okay,
bro, like you don't
and make a whole argument frivolous. Yo,
bro, my whole argument's frivolous. Let's pull it up then. I bet you if I pull up what I want to show y'all without y'all hating, you know what?
Yo, don't tell me about the Pope.
None.
Yo, the Roman Catholic Church, nigga, the Roman Catholic Church has no authority over here, yo.
You're slow with it, bro.
Yo, are you about to pull up some shit?
Where does sovereignty lie in America then, bro? Let's take the Supreme contract out of the equation. What's next, none? Where do we go from here?
Bro, I don't even want to talk, nigga. You know some other shit, yo.
You nationless, bro.
Hey,
bro. How the fuck am I nationless when I'm living in the land? I'm living in the land, nigga. I'm telling you, what are you talking about?
Do you know? Yeah, I know. It's over your head, bro.
Bro, no, it's over your head. It's over your head, bro. Because you're not getting it. You can't fucking ecclesiastical
about the Constitution in America and you ain't standing on that, you a traitor, bro.
Bro,
you're not
hold
from
up.
here.
Nigga, you're a traitor. You're talking about the Pope.
No.
You're talking about the Pope. You're a traitor.
I was talking about because they hijacked our shit and they put our shit in the trust and the Pope turned it over 6 years ago. That's all
Nigga,
I said.
he never had it. He never had it, yo. So all this time, nigga, he never had shit. That's what you don't understand, bro.
Where you from, man? You think you all advanced? You all slow.
No, the Pope didn't have shit. This was all fucking play.
All right. It's too much for your old ass mind to handle.
Bro, look.
Nigga, I'm the same age as you, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, man, all right, well, then I'm going to just fall back, sit back, and laugh.
Yeah. Look, man.
Hold up.
I'm going to just pop popcorn, man.
Hold up now.
And watch you embarrass yourself, man.
Joshua.
Guesstimating and shit, bro.
One thing, man, you gotta even apply common sense, bro. Like before
that's what y'all not doing.
Hold up, bro. Let me say what I gotta say.
Common sense, but I asked you a simple question. Can't none of y'all niggas answer it. This nigga crying.
Hold up, man, because your question is irrelevant, bro.
What you mean? Like,
don't make no sense, yo.
The state that you in, bro, and how it came to be, bro.
Why, if you can be quiet for a minute, I would tell you why it's irrelevant, right? Because before you have a union, you gotta have separate things, right?
Really?
Before you can bring things together, they have to be separate, right? So what
Really?
the hell are you talking about, bro?
So what are you talking about? So we didn't have a revolutionary war and a civil war? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? See, that's that DC shit. That's that DC District of Columbia, MK Ultra broken. I ain't got no record shit, bro.
Oh my God, bro.
Real shit,
Use
though.
your brain, bro.
What are you talking about?
Because you need to do more listening than talking,
no,
man.
No,
you
y'all
don't
need
even
to do
apply
more
common
researching.
sense. Bro, you don't apply common sense. You
don't
like,
even know
so you
the history of the state that you in, bro, or the damn.
You don't tell me that you had a union of states before you had one.
What
you had
the
a union of
fuck
states
are you talking
before you
about,
had one.
bro?
You had a
nigga,
union
I'm
of
telling
states
you,
before you had
I'm
one,
telling
nigga.
you that
you can't
we
have a
made.
union before you
I'm
had
telling
one,
you
nigga.
that we made contracts with the Holy Roman Empire and the colonial times, motherfucker.
Bro,
and I can give you the treaties and the motherfucking dates.
But you still
and I'm
don't
telling
have
you
common sense,
that
bro.
we declare independence from them with the Declaration of Independence. Then we came out with the first Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, which created the first 13 nation states, nigga. So what the fuck are you talking about?
13 states. You created them all at one time.
What are you talking about? So you saying you never read the Articles of Confederation?
So the 13
all right, man,
states
I'm gonna let y'all go, man.
The 13 states were created.
I'm
gonna let y'all proceed with elementary.
You just said we had a contract with the Holy Roman Empire, bro.
This is elementary
Where you get this shit from,
Hey,
bro?
no,
This
now
shit
it's
is
over
fucking
your
mad.
head, man. Salute on top of your head, because I know your hairline's back there. I can tell by your voice.
Nigga, yo, this nigga, he can't
can't be serious.
Hey
Yo,
man,
you
I'm
just
too swift with
trolling,
it,
yo.
bro. I don't
Nigga,
care
yo,
about
I
nothing
know,
you
yo,
have to say
you
because you
just be
don't know
trolling, yo.
nothing,
Yo, you
man.
can't be
Right.
serious, yo. Some of the shit you
So
talking about, yo.
Yeah,
right, because
whatever.
California didn't exist then, Texas didn't exist then, all these other Western
I
states
just
didn't
told you when I
exist then.
got
It
on
was
here,
only
every time I
13.
get on
Nigga,
here,
shut
that
man.
everything
Just
was
be
a
quiet, man.
process. Rome wasn't built overnight, was it?
Right, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you.
Exactly. Everything was a
Rome wasn't
process,
built
bro.
overnight, nigga. We know your Rome wasn't built overnight, yo. We know.
But the fact still remains that we got a Declaration of Independence and all that shit and the Articles of Confederation, and it's all tied to the
Independence
law of
who?
land. The Constitution for the United States of
Now they saying that
America,
we gotta be
motherfucking
independent, yo.
major,
Hold
motherfucker.
on, how
So
the fuck
y'all
we
know
gotta be
what the
independent?
fuck
We
y'all
was
talking
already
about,
independent,
bro.
bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Man, you
So
burned
we gotta
out,
be
bro.
independent. I don't know what you, yo, all right, this
Yo,
news to me.
he talking
You
crazy,
burned
bro.
out, none. That's what I'm
He
talking
talking
about.
crazy, bro. So he trying to talk about some
Nah,
I
13
y'all
am
niggas
burnt
just
colonies.
out, yo. I
emotional
am
because
burnt
y'all
out,
ain't got
nigga.
the information
We
to fucking
hold up,
combat
bro.
me.
We got a whole continent. You talking about some 13 colonies? Like we had a whole continent before
Oh
they even
my
got here, nigga.
God,
The fuck is you talking
nigga.
about? You sound crazy, bro. What happened to the rest
Okay,
of the
so
continent?
Canada, so hey, let me ask you this, Libra son. So does
Nah,
Canada have
man.
their own
I'm done with your
constitution?
nonsense,
Does
bro.
Canada have their own constitution?
Everybody got their own constitution.
Exactly, nigga. So what the fuck is you talking about?
You talking about one
I'm talking about North
constitution, nigga.
America, nigga. I said we got
Right.
50 organic
North America
states.
had more than one constitution.
Bro,
What the hell is you
y'all don't
talking
know
about?
nothing about the Public Salary
Fuck is you
Tax Act.
talking
Y'all don't know
about,
nothing
bro?
about the Buck Act.
Bro, what did all that got to
Y'all
do
don't
with
know
the
nothing
rest of the
about the Social
continent, bro?
Security Act.
You talking about
Y'all
some
don't know
little?
nothing about
You
the
talking about
city
some
states.
one little east? You talking about the east coast of a
Oh my
continent,
God.
bro? What are you talking about? Our nation started from the east coast of a continent, nigga. You was tripping.
Man, you
The
don't
hell
know
is
the
you talking
history.
about, bro?
Keep on talking. You
That
just
don't even
sound
make
dumb, bro.
sense, bro. You had all this.
Hey
You
man,
had
you
all
should be
this.
ashamed of yourself because
You
there's
had all
fucking
this
pale people
Indian
that know more than
territory.
you, bro.
You had all these Indian territories, and you talking about it started there.
All
Like,
right,
get the
well,
fuck out of here, bro.
hey, show me where your family was in Indian territory in the 1800s or something. Where was your peoples at?
My peoples was in Virginia and North Carolina. That's where
Where in
my
North
peoples was.
Carolina?
I can't remember the exact little town and shit. I don't just
Oh man,
keep
you
that shit.
fronting, man. You
What
have
are you talking
stepping.
about? I can pull it up.
You have stepping, bro.
I can pull it up. Man, I be having a lot of shit on my mind, nigga. Can't keep
Pull it up
everything.
then.
I'm not pulling it up for you.
Oh, why not? Cause I ain't in Libra gang.
You ain't in Libra family, nigga. That's
Man,
what that's
y'all
for the
sound.
family. That's for the family, bro. That's family business. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh yeah.
That's family business. Ain't yours family business? I should hope so.
Oh yeah. Sorry, no, I'm just.
No, I'm
Oh
just
man,
saying, bro.
man,
Look,
y'all,
man.
man, y'all gonna
I'm
be
just
like,
saying,
man,
look,
Yeshua was right,
I'm
yo.
not saying your information ain't your information. All I'm saying is it's a lot more to the shit, bro. It ain't just what you find in your little research and shit. It's
See,
like you
y'all
gotta
sleeping,
understand this other shit, bro. It's
y'all
like, look,
sleeping.
nah, bro. Come on, man. You know it was other shit, man. It's been here, bro. You don't know if that was the first constitution. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh shit.
they adopted from many places. You know what I'm saying? Like
Bro,
in order for
before
other
all that shit I was
territories,
talking about,
listen,
bro, it
bro.
was
In
the
other
Great
for
Law of Peace, bro. We used wampum as currency before any pale faces or anybody came over here. It was the Great Law of Peace, and even in that they mentioned
and,
the Creator, and it was about motherfucking laws
and
like governing like
and another thing, hold up.
agriculture
All
and
right,
different
and
shit.
I got something else to tell you too, man. Another thing you have to realize the
It's
reason
all tied
that
together.
a lot of people, a lot of the states joined together is because they had their individual currency at first. There was no national currency. There
Yeah,
was
because
no
that's
national
how you
currency, bro.
because we were
They had individual.
self-governed, bro.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Listen, they
Yeah,
had their own currency in each state, right? So
yeah.
what happened
That's right.
was that if you go outside the state, guess what? You can't use that shit, right? So how can you use a national currency? You have to put all the states together in order to have a national currency, bro. Come on now. I
What
mean,
you think
some of the
I'm
shit
trying
is
to
just
tell you?
common
That's what I'm
sense, bro.
saying. There's
Some
several
of it is just
states,
common
bro.
sense, bro. But
Yeah,
the reason
common
that
sense.
was
I'm telling
so
you,
you
that's
can have
how
a
it was.
national currency,
Bro, I'm
bro.
trying to show you where it
That's why
is.
that happened like that. That's why they expanded. That's what the expansion was for. so they can carry the currency all over, bro. National currency. That's what this was all about. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to, in order to have commerce, you got to have currency.
Yeah, and what's currency for real? What's money?
It doesn't matter what you use as
Okay.
money, but long
It
as it's a
does matter.
nationally recognized currency, bro.
So are
That's
we
all I'm
using money
saying.
right now? Are we
Well,
using
the
are we using
Constitution,
lawful money right now?
no, because the Constitution only grants coin money.
Yes, gold and silver. That's what I wanted you to say.
Coin money. It didn't say gold or silver. It said coin money.
It says
Let's
gold
stop
and
it.
silver, bro. You want to bet?
It said coin money, bro.
All
You
right,
only
bro.
have the ability to coin money. They had copper money too, bro. Stop playing.
You're funny, man.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Yeah.
Nigga, everything what you just said, I'm trying to tell you that, but I'm just saying in several states, that's the terminology. You can look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, bro, because the
Look it up,
payoff it was
motherfucker.
gold and silver. To pay off the debt was gold and silver, bro. You feel me? But you can still have money of exchange. You can use paper for money of exchange, bro. Don't you know what money of exchange and money of account is?
Bro, mark my words. We're about to have U.S. Treasury credit notes soon, backed by silver and gold. We're gonna have that silver eagle, that gold eagle, and the silver eagle, all that shit, bro.
Oh my God, bro!
All
They
right,
already
I'm telling
got gold, silver coin that you can invest in. You know what I'm saying? That's not even the number one currency. The number one currency on earth is human labor. That's where the currency is, bro. Nothing moves without the people.
All right, man. You just better hope you right, because a lot
Hope
of
I'm
niggas
right, bro. That's a fact, bro. You
better hope you right about that contract.
People don't give a fuck about gold and silver or they give a fuck about what it can get them.
Because a lot of niggas.
That's the only reason you got money. You don't want the money. The money don't turn on your lights. You can't hold a piece of paper up to a light switch in it or and the shit come on. You want what it can get to you.
All right.
And it's always reverts back to the sovereignty of the people. You can read any state constitution, it's going to tell you that.
Y'all understand?
It's just common sense principles. It's principles
What's
behind
common sense? What's common sense?
Everything in law is common sense. You get down to the principles of law, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about what another man wrote or what another man gave you. You know what I'm saying? It's about what authority they can suck out of you. It's implied. Once you start following another entity, you now fall underneath his jurisdiction.
Bro, you gotta be sharper than this, man. You never.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's called an implied contract, bro. That's why people get so confused when they say, well, we never signed up for this. We never signed this paper. We never signed that. Nigga, your actions have proved that these foreign entities have authority over you. Because you gave them the authority from your actions. You followed what they wrote down and made it your laws. You jumping for joy because you see something that you think is yours, that you identify with, say, oh no, they put us in the document. Woo. Nigga, now they got you.
Bro,
You in their jurisdiction.
Look, listen, if you know the law, then you know that all these motherfuckers is bound by oath and affirmation, Article 6 of the Constitution.
Bro, let me explain something to you, bro.
No, but
look, it's more than just people that's on the land that's not taxed. So let me explain that to people as well. Only 51% of the people that's on this continent pay taxes. The other 49% don't pay tax, and they from all different nations. You want to know why? Because they're not attached to the fucking United States corporation. Because they're not using their services. They're not dependent on the government. When you become dependent on the government, you look for this fucking foreign entity to give you something, you already felt like that, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How you
gonna let another foreign motherfucker, just because he pretended like he has some authority, writing some document saying that now you're free. Now we released the
Bro,
trust.
you're just being emotional and babbling.
I'm not being emotional. No, I'm giving you common sense, bro. That's
You
common
ain't
sense.
stating no, you ain't say like nothing like Lee resolution, none of that shit. You ain't stating you ain't stating no points. You just going off your emotions, your heart, bro.
No, I'm going by what the law that's in me that was put into me when I was born, bro. The Pope didn't give birth to me or nobody that's listening.
Bro,
He didn't do shit for us.
I didn't say all that. I'm saying that the shit was set up by our ancestors. We got they flooded motherfuckers in here because we won the Civil War and the Revolutionary War, because y'all don't know the real history. We won that shit. But they flooded motherfuckers in here, and then we got lost through the paper genocide, and then they just usurped our shit, but everything's still intact. You just got to get your fucking mind right.
Nah,
because
bro,
these niggas
nah.
is foreigners. They can't even claim, bro. They are claiming the Second Amendment, and half of these motherfuckers came in the early 1900s, nigga. And like, man, do the fucking math. Like, fuck. These niggas can't claim our shit for real. They can only claim it if you're dumb.
Look,
That's why
bro,
they spend billions of dollars to keep you
I'm
dumb.
not saying they can claim anything that's not that they didn't create.
Y'all was just saying that
Claim what
before
you
I
didn't
got
create.
on here.
What I'm saying is this: they do have a right to claim their labor as well, just like you have the right to claim your labor. See, the government has rights whether you like it or not, bro. All people,
nigga, we're
foreign or
beneficiaries of
have
that
rights.
contract, bro.
Bro, they have rights as well.
No, we're supposed to be born with generational wealth. We ain't supposed to be doing none of that. And that's what it's going back to. I'm telling you, I can show you all the shit instead of sitting here arguing about some dumbass shit. Niggas getting all their emotions. I can show you this shit. Because what I say, I can show you, nigga. I don't just talk out my ass.
It doesn't matter. Look,
my fucking records line up with all this
you can
shit
show.
too, bro.
It's all about what you can protect. Cause look, it's not about ownership. I say this all the time. It ain't about ownership. Control Trump's ownership, bro. Who's ever in control is the God. Period. So it don't matter. It don't matter who made what.
The corporation, bro. The minor. We're the major, bro. That's what I'm
Bro,
trying
I'm not
to tell
impressed
you.
with your
We're the
with your
major,
words,
and
bro.
the documents that I show you says all of that. It breaks everything down. Everything, bro. Even how they be scamming us through the court system and all that shit. With the docket numbers and all that. I got all that shit. I can show y'all that shit, man.
Okay, well look, without that paperwork, explain to me how they scamming us in the court system then. How they doing it?
You said without the paperwork, explain.
Yeah, right now, off the top of your head,
motherfucker, we're not under common law. We're under maritime and admiralty law. That's corporate and foreign, bro. That's international. That's foreign, bro. Our law is common law, bro. If there ain't no inter-party, no crime, bro. It's that simple.
Okay.
And anything that's repugnant to that shit, to the law of the land, is null and void for real. You have to know your shit. And it's a collective thing. It's a collective thing, man.
Let me ask you this question. In the Constitution, is admiralty and maritime law mentioned?
Wait, what?
Is admiralty and maritime law mentioned in the Constitution?
No, because the Constitution only promises a republic form of government, bro. Common law, bro.
Are you sure about that?
You should know this.
Are you sure about that, bro? You sure about that? Because you're wrong as a motherfucker, yo. It does mention admiralty and maritime law, bro. Admiralty and maritime law is commercial system, bro.
Like I said, that's the fact.
All crimes are commercial. You gotta know that. Look,
I'm trying to show you the jure side,
you wanna know why? No, look, you wanna know why motherfuckers get locked up? Because they can't pay the fine. They're not getting locked up because of the crime. They're getting locked up because you're not paying the crime.
No,
and that crime
they're
is
getting locked up because they're presumed to be a U.S. citizen and they're American Indians or whatnot, and they don't know They did
Bro,
you asshole. They're civilly fucking dead. What are you talking
bro,
about?
every nigga,
Bro,
you really
they
need to
don't
start
have no
speaking,
status.
homie.
Bro, if you're a
Every
U.S.
crime
citizen, you
is
only have civil rights.
commercial
Laws only
crime.
govern nations, bro. They made us
Wow,
nationless
bro.
through the paper
Yo,
genocide.
I'm glad you learned a little bit. Now you're trying to come out here and brag and try to
I
impress
learned a little bit.
with your
Nigga, I'm
bro,
more
because
accomplished than you, bro. Like, what are you talking
wait, what?
about?
Nigga, you didn't even know that maritime and admiralty was mentioned. You don't know
Oh
that
my
every
God, nigga,
law.
you a foreign nigga,
You
man.
don't know
Cause
about
y'all love
you
that
don't know
shit.
about the law
Y'all love
merchant.
talking about all
You
the
know
negative
about the
shit.
law merchant. You know
Y'all love
nothing
talking about
about
all
the
the negative
commercial
shit.
aspect
I'm
of
trying, you a
bonds.
demon. I'ma see, hey, you probably ain't even gonna be here next year, you bitch ass nigga. You probably a black foreigner, cause you don't
Okay,
even
how
know
much
the
money?
law here,
How much
nigga.
money? Okay, if
Ain't
I
no
ain't gonna be
Indian
here,
Hills,
how
bitch
much
ass
money you
nigga.
wanna
You should
put
have
on
never
that?
said nothing.
Yo, put some money
You
on
should
how
have never
much you
said
wanna.
nothing, nigga. I'm
Yo,
on your
put some
shit.
money
I'm
where
down
your
your
mouth
throat, you
is.
bitch ass
If I'm not,
nigga.
okay, if I'm not gonna be here next year,
Trying
put
to
your
say
money.
some
But I'm
fly ass
saying,
shit, bitch.
yo,
We can
that's some
we can go
money.
toe to toe. You
Yo,
ain't shut the fuck up.
hold
You ain't
up.
ready
Where
for
the
me, bro.
emotions at?
I'll
Yeah,
pull that shit. You lucky I
nigga,
can't
you
screen
dealing
share.
with the
And
gods
as a
right
matter
now,
of fact,
nigga.
I can
You
set up a
dealing with
date
the
on my
gods.
motherfucking
Feeling the
channel
emotions
where I
right
can
now.
screen share and make you
No,
fucking cry, you
who's
bitch ass
in
nigga.
their
You don't even know what you
emotions
talking
right
about.
now? It ain't me, because I'm
You a
giving you
foreign
some
ass
facts,
nigga.
yo. Okay,
No,
but put
I'm
some
not
money
in my
on it.
emotions.
Put some
I'm
money
just
on
letting
it
you know
there,
that you a
bro.
bitch ass
Bro,
nigga and you don't
put
know
some
nothing.
money.
You don't
Yo,
have
put
no
some money on it.
documentation, nigga.
Yo,
You
put some money
probably a
on
foreigner.
it,
Your people's probably told you,
yo.
nigga.
Yo,
And you up
hey,
here
yo.
trying to blend
Hey,
probably, nigga.
Joshua.
I got all my. You
Yo,
can go
put
on
some
my
money up,
channel
bro.
and see my shit, some of my shit, nigga.
Yo, put your money up.
Some of my
Yo,
shit, nigga.
put your
I'm
money up.
accomplished,
Hey,
nigga.
bet.
And
Let's
my
see
shit
who's
line up with the law of the
Let's
land.
see
I
who's
see
gonna be
you
here
have problems with
right.
that. I see you have
Joshua.
problems with that.
Joshua.
You still trying to
Stop
figure it
bragging.
out.
Nigga,
And you
stop
want to try to
bragging.
hate on
Nobody's
the
impressed
Cherokee
with
gang.
you
But
bragging
you
about
can't
who
do
you
that.
are, bro.
Because you a
Bro, stop
nationless,
bragging.
stateless
Yo,
ass
you a
nigga, dog.
bougie. Nigga,
So
stop
don't
being
ever
bougie,
try to come
nigga.
at me, bro.
Yo, you bougie.
Bitch,
Yo,
go
stop
look
that,
at my
yo.
shit. Bitch, I gotta,
Nigga,
come
yo,
on, bro.
stop bragging. Bro, nobody gives a fuck about your shit. Yo, stop bragging, nigga. That's very unbecoming of the gods, yo. You feel me? Nigga, you acting like a peasant, yo, when you do that, yo. Calm down, yo. You know what I mean? You in the present, you talking to the gods right now. Stop being emotional, yo. You feel me? And if you want a challenge, then make it worth my while. Yo. That's all I'm saying. Put your money up. You feel me? Well, yo, matter of fact, you ain't got to put no money up, yo. Let's get an IOU. 50,000 IOU. I can use that in court and just signature on. I'll take that on a piece of toilet paper, bro. Since you know so much, right? And you want to trust the gods, right? Go in and put it on it. And I dare you ever challenge me. Talking about maritime admiralty is not mentioned, okay? Because you're wrong as shit, bro. You understand what I'm saying? No, you talking to before you come off on me, yo. That's all I'm saying. My time is very valuable. You understand? Nigga don't know I'm from Baltimore, nigga. I go with the best of them. No doubt. I can talk shit and all that. Nigga, I grew up like this, nigga. So you call me the old nigga, I raised niggas. You feel me? Period. On the real. Put some respect on it, yo. You know what I mean? We don't say we guns for nothing. Even the Bible you might not interpret it that way. You feel me? I'll take your Bible and destroy you with it. Nigga, that's my book. I wrote it. Real rap, nigga. The Pope is my bitch. Damn. So don't talk about that nigga got no authority over here, my nigga. On the real. I tell him to his face, that nigga would kiss my motherfucking feet and ring. That's how we roll. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no nigga, no motherfucking declaration, nigga. We already were independent. How the fuck can we get some independence from some other motherfucker? Fuck out of my base, yo.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight? Your
Peace
brother's
to the
all right?
goddess.
Your
Peace to the
brother's all
goddess.
right? Yeah, your
Peace,
brother's all right. It was a
peace to the
it was a little heated up here, so I thought I'd just come up here and throw a little femininity around. Maybe y'all would calm down a little bit.
knock down some of that
Um,
testosterone.
Man, whatever. We had a fuck. Hey, y'all, Boogie, we had a fuck.
Wait,
Look,
hold on. Nonetheless,
this what we did. We
hold
had a
on.
fight.
Okay, nonetheless,
Go
hold on.
ahead.
We need you to back up a little bit from the phone or the mic because you're coming through real distorted. So, you almost sounding like just that old crazy uncle, that we only let out for the holidays, my brother. So just pull back from the mic a little bit and just, I know we be passionate, but, just reel it down a little bit. Now, Yeshua, isn't he a little bit younger than you nonetheless?
Man, about the same age. I'm 47.
Oh,
So
no,
he's
no, 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 no.
38.
That's the baby. Hold on. Yeshua, how old are you?
Joshua like 38. You know what I mean?
Let him speak for himself. You've been doing a lot of talking, my brother. Let him speak for himself. Because I think he's a little younger than you. I don't know. But, sometimes we have to remember, if we want this position and this honor roll, it's not taken by force. You know what I mean? It's earned. So y'all both, have things that everyone needs to hear. But y'all turn it into a battle and then it gets lost. You know what I mean? I see Yeshua on a few different panels, and it always seems as if he has to defend himself. And, I don't know why it seems like you guys, or why I don't say you guys, but it just seems like folks just always come at him. I don't know what it is, but what he's saying, I've heard other people say, so it must be a little bit or somewhat validity to what he's trying to share with us. And the thing about it, if it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I mean? If what he's saying don't resonate with you or don't apply to you, then just let it go. But maybe it's gonna apply to somebody else who's listening. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and y'all just remember that we all listening.
Is that the God is El Boogie?
It might be.
Peace and love, my sister. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. It's Mr. Brooklyn.
What's up, Brooklyn?
Brooklyn in the house. Nah.
Peace, Gretchen Hill. Peace, South Wind.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to hear you, though, because you always come with some real profound knowledge and wisdom, and I appreciate that coming from you.
No doubt. Appreciate that.
I mean, I'm just being real. Every
Peace,
time I've
Garland.
ever heard you speak, it's been on some profound shit. So that's what's up.
Appreciate that.
Hey y'all, peace and love to the panel and chat.
Hey sis.
Hey, what's
Peace.
going on?
Peace.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in a little bit here, and what the brother is talking about is there is some truth to it. You know what I'm saying? Your birth certificate, it ties you into the court system. That number ties you into everything. And it basically is like a death sentence. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to, just put that out there a little bit because the codes, policies, and statutes is what they deal with us, when we go through the court systems. And when you go through the court system, that number is used in the dockets all the time. That's how they keep up with you and just run that number on you on a constant basis. It ties you into the court system. And I want to say that our government system is under the British government system as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have to,
It's so intermingled that we really don't even know. And that's the
right.
thing,
I mean, you have
it's
to
deep.
nationalize this system that we're in now. If you don't nationalize, it's going to be a problem. I'm just telling everybody to do their research, do your DBA, do your declaration, do your trust, operate out of your trust, discharge your debt. If we don't show people the paperwork and the affidavits on how to use this shit, what the hell are we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
We could talk about it all day long, But I have not yet been on a show where people throw up these affidavits and this paperwork and these codes and these policies and these titles and show people what the hell we're talking about. We could talk about it all day, but show the people the forms.
Excuse me, sister. A1 has put something up a couple of times.
No, I'm not saying you guys haven't. I'm just saying people need to see the forms. This really exists. This social
Yeah, it's a fact.
security number is killing us. And once you claim that birth certificate, you're gonna be so powerful once you control that birth certificate and
Listen,
operate out that trust.
I
And
remember when I was 18 years old, right? I got a letter from the government telling me that I had to sign this paper and send it back in. Otherwise, I would be, basically locked up for not filing this paper.
listen,
I
can't
can't
nobody be
remember.
locked up for
I
not
can't remember exactly what it was, what the exact title of it was, but I mean I'm like 1,000 years old now, but I was about 18 when I got it. And it kind of blew my
Oh,
mind.
yeah,
But
the
I never
selective
did send it in
services.
though. Yeah, that's exactly what. Thank you, sister. That's exactly where it was from too. I never did send it in though.
Yeah. We really don't even have to enter these courtrooms to do anything. You can do free mail and law. Don't open that shit. Once you do free mail and law, just Google it. Free mail and law. Download it, print it off, be your own postal service, and get out of their jurisdiction. We're using their zip code. The zip code keeps you in their jurisdiction. So once you do all this stuff and be your own self-governing private person, that man, that living man and that living woman, it's a wrap. They can't do shit to you. And like I said, the brother, he is telling the truth. But I relinquish the mic.
Thank you, sister. Thank you for that info. Appreciate you.
Oh, and by the way, you can deregister your car from the DMV. You can get you some private plates. There's a website you can go to,
I
and
was going to ask you, did you have any information on that? Because
yes, I do. I have to go look it up. I have so much information here and there. I would have to get back with Supreme Chief and give him that information.
that would be a blessing for real.
Yes, sir. And there's a form where you can go and fill out, and deregister your car with the DMV and everything. This is your private vehicle, not a car, your private property.
Vehicle, right? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
But I will send that information to Supreme Chief.
I appreciate it because I'm a check now.
Oh, hey, I stick to my
Because
word.
I'm really interested in that though. I'm very interested in it.
Okay,
Yeah.
no
And
problem.
I'm sure there's a lot of other people out there that is too, and that's the problem with our people, man. We it's a saying that we suffer from a lack of knowledge, or is it we die
Yeah.
from something one of those ways? But
You can
yeah,
send back your driver's license. You know what I'm saying? Your you could get you a USA passport. When you get the USA passport, make sure you mark it non-citizen. Make sure when they ask you about your family being a citizen, you mark it non-citizen as well. And that you can use as an ID. So I'm in the process of sending like I said, my driver's license back to them. And you can also just send back a regular government ID. You can send that back to them as well. Get out from under their shit completely.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, because that's what I'm trying to explain. It's all commercial.
The reason why some people don't get locked up is because they're not under their jurisdiction.
Exactly.
It's people out here that it's a story about these Amish dudes that raped their little sister, right, and got her pregnant, right. They went to court and they got off. I mean, no jail time, nothing, because the Amish are not under their jurisdiction. They have no bar. They're not commercially binded to the United States corporation. So when I say that every crime is commercial, that's because if you commit a crime, you're locked up because you didn't pay off, you didn't bond a case. Like you said, that docket sheet, when you look at the docket sheet, all you got to do is ask the clerk who bonded the case. If you bond the case, you're the creditor. Creditors always win. But
And
we
if
don't
you
have.
and
Go
if
ahead,
you
go ahead,
don't
son.
and if you don't know your name, your family name, they're gonna look at you all day as like you don't know shit. That docket and that social security number, that shit just keep you in the court system all day long. And the only time that you're supposed to be in court unless there's a dead body involved. And that's fucking facts.
And sis, let me ask you this. So, what year did the Social Security number come out?
What year did the social security number come out?
Yep. It was after 1933, correct?
Exactly, bro. And
Yeah,
And
that's
no
why
laws
it's
were
it's
passed
all
since then either.
No, it hasn't
it's
been out
attached to the
before then.
AJR 192.
I have to look it up. I'm not gonna say yeah or nay. I have to look it up. I don't speak if I don't know if it's right or not. I ain't gonna say yeah or nay.
Man, these
I'm not
crackers know
sure
how to
either.
get out of jail
That's
by
fine.
filing bankruptcy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right. We,
They
we,
file
we,
bankruptcy or collapse the trust, and now they don't have anything. They can't hold you. They don't have it. They're not collecting no money from your exemption. See, when you close now if you got a Social Security number, all you gotta do is write the Social Security Administration and close the account. Now you on the private side. The Social Security number without dashes is your private exemption account. You know what I'm saying? So you tell the judge you make your exemption available for discharges of all charges attached to this case. And all you're doing is the authorized representative for the defendant. The defendant is your all caps name that's attached to the franchise, which is prime official evidence is the fucking birth certificate
Yeah.
that you have ownership of the franchise, but you gotta claim it before you can use it. If
Yeah,
you
you
don't
gotta
claim it, if you don't claim it, you're committing fraud. You don't own it yet.
yeah, because that all caps name is not a legal name. It's a fictitious entity.
Right. And you just representing it when you close the account for the Social Security number.
So what you have to do is everybody in the state that they live in has to go to the Secretary of State and get control of their straw man.
all right. The only thing I had to really say about it is what my thing was that all this shit is recent. All this shit happened in the 1900s. Social Security,
Well, yeah,
birth
you know that's
certificate,
true.
all this shit happened in the 1900s.
Yo, you want to know why happened? Because Roosevelt had to give us some type of consideration for taking on the gold and silver out of circulation. Because the gold and silver was the only means we had to pay off our debts. You see what I'm saying? So what he did was to say, okay, since I took all the gold and silver, any debts that you incur, you can now discharge. And that's what our people don't understand. But you can't discharge it if you got sucked in to the United States corporation, because now you're trapped inside of that realm. You got to get out of it so you can use it. You feel me?
Yeah, you got to be able to. You can
To
discharge
control it,
that.
right? To control it. Yeah, you only way you can discharge it if you're controlling the entity that they gave to you. And now you are the authorized representative for it, because you're the only person in the world that can properly represent that all cash name, that dummy corporation that they created.
And
You're the
they
reason
will
that is
discharge.
created. Yeah, they will discharge it.
it. They will.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I was trying to explain to the brother. But I'm like, yo, how you don't know that everything is commercial with these people? Everything is commercial. This how they
Well,
rocking.
y'all might have been saying the same things, but just differently. That's why I was saying I don't think an argument is really
Right.
valid, because
No.
you both were giving g-
We
information.
was given information, but what I'm trying to say is that when somebody's right, okay, then let's build. Don't say that I'm wrong when I'm sitting there giving you exactly what I read. Don't act like I'm the dummy or insult me like I haven't studied nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to build
I
on
didn't
what
hear
he's
that part
saying.
of the conversation, but that's what I mean. Sometimes, the ego takes over and then the information, which is the most important thing, gets lost because I get it. You men are, competitive, but I'm saying it's not about who's right or wrong. It might be right for
Nah,
you. It might be right for him. What
I
he
don't
did.
compete, man. Since I don't compete,
Well,
I'm a god.
I'm just
God
giving you
created.
I'm giving you an observation from somebody who was listening.
Yeah, but I don't compete. You know what I'm saying? Now, if somebody challenge me, then I'm gonna compete. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm
I ain't
saying.
going.
You felt it was a challenge, but I'm
That's what I'm
telling
saying
you,
because
but listen, brother, but I'm telling you as somebody who was listening, I didn't take it as that. But that's how you took. It's all about perception. But that's what
yeah,
I'm
but
trying
I
to
mean,
give
I know
you
understand what he
another
doing. You know what I'm
perception
saying?
from somebody who was just I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just listening. But I'm saying it went from giving information to who got the biggest balls.
Nah, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win that battle too. But I'm saying it's
Chat
like,
room,
Oh
chat room.
wow.
Can I get a one if it turned into a who got the biggest gonads fight?
no. But I'm saying, yo, that I ain't got
Yeah,
blue
okay.
ball.
Heated
First of all,
discussion. Southwind said it
I ain't
was a
got blue
heated
balls.
discussion.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
I
just
know I had.
saying.
Ain't nobody said nothing about a color. You see what I'm saying? You see, this is competitive. This is ego. This is competition.
That was a joke,
Just
sis. That
really.
was a joke.
But I'm just saying that's where you went with it. I'm just saying. So just as somebody that was just listening, I'm trying to get the information.
Yeah, but I know
Next
what
thing
you
I
said.
know, it was Tyson getting ready
Nah,
to
it
fight
was
somebody. No,
no. I
I
think a lot of people get it wrong when we talk. We not talking because we
man, I
enemies.
had to turn the computer down, the
Yo,
whole
We
vibe in the
we
room
ain't enemies.
changed.
That's just sometimes how shit get. Look, sis, I think a lot of women don't understand. Like a lot of men, that's what we do. But we're
Oh
not
my God.
necessarily.
See,
But
here we
look,
go.
no,
See,
but we're not necessarily
and
enemies. We're not.
listen,
Y'all taking it. Y'all taking it like we fighting, but we not.
listen. I said a competition
But we're not
because
fighting though.
that's
We
what
wasn't fighting.
men do. I didn't
Right.
say y'all was fight. I said y'all turned into a competition. There's a difference. I didn't say y'all was calling each other mama's bald headed, none of that. But the whole exchange went from this is what I did, this is what I know to nah nigga that ain't right, that ain't what you do, nah you that.
Nah.
I'm just saying.
yo,
But
yo,
okay,
Nah.
yo,
I'll relinquish the mic. That was
yo,
just my
peace, peace,
perception.
No, I'm just
peace.
saying it was that's how it looked, but it wasn't really like that. You know what I'm saying? Joshua always do that, yo. Name me one time some nigga ain't never fucking around try to joke somebody, yo. If somebody come back, this is gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm just the type of dude that I'm gonna keep going. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep
Yo,
going.
peace to the
Ain't
guy.
nobody gonna back me down, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, yo, peace, peace.
Peace. Peace. Who that?
Oh, this Hollywood, man. Hollywood Hef, yo. Hey, peace
Oh,
to all the
peace to the
guys and
God.
goddesses on the line. You know what I'm saying? I be listening to you brothers all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, Supreme Chief Holiday, A1. You know what I mean? And a lot of the stuff y'all saying is correct about how to control the birth certificate. You know, once you annex it from over to them, over into your trust, you know, express trust actually, because the United States, like the brother said, it's all about commerce, and they only reason over here is to do business anyway. So at the end of the day, once you take that birth certificate and all that information and all that, you know, when he speak on the creditor side, you know, doing the financial statement, yeah, you know, that's understandable because you have a secure interest in all that property. So once you get all that, you got the trust set up, a foreign trust. Hopefully you have a foreign trustee because they will test you on that. Because anything that's, you know how they hit you with the laws, the insular possessions and all that, the United States, you got to be totally foreign to them. So at that
Exactly.
point,
But bro, hold up. I'm gonna add this too. That's when you get the 498 number.
correct. And at that point, what it is now you are able to go into equity. All these other bullshit courts, you're not even supposed to be in there anymore.
because now it's an equitable interest matter. Who has the control of interest? And if you've done everything properly as you're supposed to have done, all the evidence that you enter into the record is proof of who has what do you call it? Who's the entitled holder? You see what I'm saying? So now you're meeting them on the equity side. This is why it's hard to sue them, because they have these things that they give immunity to, but we know once they participate in commerce, they lose that immunity.
Okay,
You see what I'm
just
saying?
jump in, right? Can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
Because you jumped in on the panel, and now I feel like I'm just reading a book. That's probably like from my chemistry class or something, and I couldn't pass chemistry to save my soul. So, but I'm just saying, like, you guys are more versed in it. You know what you're talking about. To somebody where this is brand spanking new, I mean, I thought I was smart, but I'm sitting here going, okay, I have no clue what he's talking about, because I don't know they law, let alone this law. You see what I'm saying? It's so much we don't know.
Right.
Okay.
It's a lot, you know? I mean, because
El
I hear
Boogie.
bits and pieces, you know, and then it's like, okay, that makes sense. Okay. And then you hear somebody else, no, this is how you do it. You're like, oh, shit. Okay.
No, it's more or less you have to,
And
when
there's
you
so
dealing with
many
the,
ways to do it. It's just not
Okay.
one way to
Okay.
do it.
Well,
So
that
that
right
should
there.
be made clear.
Okay. Thank you.
right.
Yes, that should be. Because, see, when you have heard it from different, and I mean, not even just over here, you know, like, put it this way, I feel quote unquote safer, you know, in this community, even though I've heard people have been scamming, you know what I mean? But
Right.
it's not like, I don't even want to pick on another set, but let's put it this way, some groups have more of a reputation for scamming than others. So when I'm hearing this information on this level, I'm not hearing it from okay, what they want from me. I'm hearing it from okay, now this makes sense on all the other things that I've heard in this area. You see what I'm saying? So for you to say it's not just one way, now that right there just makes me feel 100 times better, because
Okay.
I've heard two or
Okay.
three different, you know what I'm saying,
But
avenues, and I've
the
heard
thing,
where folks have gotten themselves in
the
trouble.
thing,
You know what
right.
I'm saying? So
Right.
Well, the thing with that is what people they missing is you can't go wrong when you how can they argue with their own laws that they wrote? They can't. So you know
Yeah,
when
because
people
they
get
wrote them.
scammed,
They can't
when
get out of their shit that
I
they
know what
wrote.
you mean about the scamming, because you got the secure party creditor people who's been doing these things and they've been teaching that, and it's all wrong because the stuff that they've been teaching, people wasn't properly in the trust to do the things that they were doing. You see what I'm saying? As long as you have if you're bringing them their actual law, me personally, I understand with the Constitution and all that, that's their Constitution. I'm not a constitutor. I don't want to be a constitutor. I don't want to be responsible for no one else's taxes. So therefore, if this is what you wrote in law, this is what exempts me from being considered to be a taxpayer or a citizen of a federal corporation or whatever it may be. That's what I focus on. So whenever I encounter anything from them, it's more or less, I'm going to utilize the law because this is what you wrote. And that Constitution is their trust indenture. They have to follow that.
Yeah.
But outside of the Constitution, you have to realize that all the standing treaties that was drafted before the Constitution becomes the supreme law of the land. So now you have things like the Northwest Ordinance. You understand what I'm saying? And if you deal with the Sharifan Empire of the Moor, Al-Marat aspect, you have all those treaties, the treaties of Algiers, the Treaty of Marrakesh, and things of that nature. So long as you utilize the proper things in the proper venue, then you should be good as golden. because they can't argue with their own law. That will be a breach of trust according to their constitution or a violation of the treaty. And if you violate the constitution, you naturally violate all the treaties, all of the Northwest Ordinance, everything that was set up. So it's nowhere for them to run. Your main goal should be to put them in the corner where there's no escape. That's it. The only court, once you have everything set up properly, the only court you're looking at is equity. And he who commands equity gets equity. You see what I'm saying? You have to look at all that. So I know it can be confusing, but once you start looking at it, all the laws are pretty much the same around the board.
Yeah, just about in every state, pretty much.
Right. It's uniform. You know, once it becomes a part of the public record, it's a part of the public record.
Yeah.
You're able to use laws from other states, even though we know that each one of these states are their own separate country. You see what I'm saying? But they changed all that under their commercial aspect. So the constitutions and the things that they're doing under the democratic or whatever you want to call it is a whole new body politic. Now, if you're a part of that body politic, then you're subject to those rules, regulations, and codes.
Yeah.
And you can fall up under that
Right.
easily through addresses, residency, and how you fill out paperwork.
Yep.
You have to express what you are saying. This is why when people were going for the passport, and then the new thing hit where everybody had to add an explanatory statement to the passport to show that they are national, but not a citizen of the United States. So you would have to be what? A national of that respective state. Like me, I'm from Michigan, so I would be what? A Michiganian. But
Right.
I'm not going to use what they call Michigan because that's the colonizer's name. I would go
Exactly.
back to Ojibwa territory. So if
I
they're
just got
ever
my
bringing,
passport. I probably filled it out wrong.
But that's
Shoot.
okay. You can redo it, sis. Okay, don't
Just
Yeah,
I
worry.
ain't been
amen.
nowhere with it.
Peace,
You can
I ain't been
redo
nowhere
it.
with it.
Yeah,
peace,
Look,
brother.
look, they ain't right. As soon as a
Peace,
bitch got her passport, they locked down the whole country.
peace,
You think
everybody.
this is not
Peace,
a
peace, sis.
sis.
What's up,
conspiracy?
Copper?
Hey, big
I've
sis.
been,
Peace,
How
I've
peace,
about
sis.
been, I've been laying here just listening because I was like, I don't feel like typing tonight. I just want to lay here and listen. But none, you telling the truth. And shit, nobody, being given information don't have to get disrespectful. It don't.
right?
We've
It's
been
all
trying
about
to
being
get,
informed.
we've been trying to get all this information out there. It ain't like we ain't been having studied. Creek been doing it for a while too. You have to get control of the straw man. Cause
Yes.
that's how they fucking you up. It's with the straw man. You literally mark down his head.
Now
Once
let me
your
ask
mama
you a
sent
question.
you
right?
over,
I
Let,
get
let me
that,
ask you a
and
once
question.
I
your
get the
mama sent you
concept,
over with
but
that birth
just
certificate, that was
as
a
far
done
as
deal. And you
right,
didn't
I
go back
get
and
that,
challenge
sis.
it when
But
you turned 18.
when
Let me give you an
you
analogy.
hearing different ways on that it's done, and then people start, you know, not so much
You
building
start with
on
that
it, but
birth
they
certificate.
arguing about it. Then that's where it gets confusing, and you get to, where you
You know
don't,
what? I
Well,
have
I'm saying
laid
for
here
somebody who's
and
not,
listened
no way done it. I've just heard about it. You see what
because
I'm
you're
saying?
mad don't mean you have to get disrespectful though.
Hey,
You
but sis,
went
Right,
has it
right,
been
from
any
right.
arguments
trying to
since
get
then, though?
information
And that's
to
what I'm
get
saying.
disrespect, and he does
Yeah.
it all the time. I told Joshua, sometimes you don't have to get disrespectful to get your point across. If you don't agree with him, he does get disrespectful. But that is not how you do it with this information. We're only trying to enlighten the people about correcting your status.
Yeah.
You're running around here acting like that. Don't nobody want to hear it. It's confusing when you trying to learn it.
But that's why I was saying. I think he kind of, he kind of young, So I've heard
He's
him
not
on
that
different
young.
channels.
Yasser's not that young.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
think
maybe
Yasser
it's
getting
just.
ready to be 40. I ain't
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
that
that's what
young.
so-and-so said. But maybe it's just his mentality then, because Or maybe I'm mixing them up with somebody
If
else.
you
Then I
get
don't
that,
know.
if
But
you get that caught up in emotion, this is what been our people whole downfall. They are so emotional in this.
yeah.
That is our people's problem. People's too emotional in this.
let me.
You
Well,
gotta leave your
tonight
emotions.
I feel like it went both ways tonight. That's why I kind of
I've
got
been
up here.
laying
But
here
I guess
listening.
he got
I've been
ran
laying here
off. I
listening the
guess he
whole day.
gone. Look, he gone now. We ran him off.
Yeah, man, don't talk him back up, please. Don't talk him back up. Please don't talk that nigga back up. But look, the brother absolutely right.
Because I've literally before the show even started, he came in being disrespectful because of the title.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
it's
And I
this
had just
was
come in, so you know.
yeah this right here from here to A1's chat to
Yeah, he do.
Tiffany's
He
chat.
be wilding
He's
out.
going
You right.
around just being disrespectful. Come on now. If you
But
don't agree with
Well,
people, don't say
yeah,
nothing
he
in their
don't.
chat.
Yeah, he
Go do
young.
your own
Well,
deal.
I
Go
can't keep
go
saying
fix
he
something. If you
young.
feel that
He
you the
remind
right
me of
one,
somebody young.
if you feel that your information is correct, then go do your bills on your own platform.
Hmm.
This is why we all have a YouTube channel.
But if he don't got enough people, he can't go live. So no,
Yeah,
I'm just
there will
playing.
be
Let me
his
stop.
part.
Let me
I didn't
stop.
have that many people in at one point in time, but I had to learn what I've learned.
on the
Don't
info,
mind me, sis. You know I be cracking my jokes. Don't mind me.
on the info though, if you think about it, you got to remember that these courts, all these statutory courts, are
Kangaroo
pretty much
courts.
bankruptcy courts.
Yes.
Bankruptcy.
Yes.
And so what's going on is when you're not in control of that particular what you call in the straw man and allegiance and all that, you are allowing them to administer that trust, and they're making you the actual surety. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? So by you being a surety, this is
What's
why
that
they
word mean?
send public defenders on you.
What's that word mean? Back up a minute.
What word?
Surety.
Surety. You're liable for an obligation of a debt or a bond, or you
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm saying?
Security bond.
You're surety,
Yep.
right? So what's going on? And you notice it's really simple when you look
God
at it,
damn. See,
but people
I
allow.
hold on a minute, Empress. Hobart, I'm gonna have to talk to you offline, sis, because this here, I'm like, this is going ding, ding, ding. Like,
Creek,
okay, go
Creek.
ahead.
When I was telling y'all that
Oh
Creek
shit.
does it on my channel on Mondays and Wednesdays. We didn't do it this past Wednesday because my daughter was in a car wreck. But
Sorry to hear that,
She
sister. I hope she's
okay?
doing all right.
yeah,
Yeah,
she
I hope she's all
fine.
right.
Speedy
Yeah, she
recovery.
fine.
No doubt.
Dang, well,
So
I had never heard that word before, that surety, but I just saw it here recently. So that's why I was like, what does that mean? Because it just came up the second time in a week. So, yeah, okay.
right.
And Creek
So
be
This is some
actually
shit.
giving it to you. You know, like he said, you
This
could
is some shit.
donate or, you know, he ain't really asking for nothing because he is doing his time, you know, with teaching the class. So, but we did it on my backup channel. We're not doing it on, you know, 'cause my main channel shut down for 90 days. So, but he really does. He put this out. He's trying to explain it to you, and he's trying to simplify it for you so you won't be, you know, confused with it. But like I done got information from none. I got information from a lot of these brothers that's been on this journey, and it ain't easy. But like Tulu said, it is taught in different ways. It really is. So you know, it's all on how you comprehend. I ordered the
Yeah.
book Contract for Dummies, so it simplifies how to do, you know, contracts and stuff, because that's what we get caught up in. We get caught up in all these contracts because, you know, when we go in doing something, we get excited if these motherfuckers say we can get it. We don't try to
Yeah.
read the fine
Mm-hmm.
print or nothing. And that's
Right.
Yep.
how they give
Yep.
us.
you have
Yep.
to.
You're
With
right.
doing this, you can learn how to do liens, how to drop your own
Yes.
affidavits.
What's
You
the
know what
first
I'm
contract?
saying?
Mm-hmm.
The birth certificate.
Yep.
Right.
That's the first contract.
I
Exactly.
know that's the first start.
And that's the death certificate when you
Now,
Yep.
get
It
it.
ain't even,
Shit.
let
yep.
me ask you a
I'm
question.
telling y'all, I swear that's why they got us locked down, because they
But here's
knew
the
we
Yeah.
question:
started getting active. I'm telling you, I don't care what nobody say.
were you able to sign that contract
Mm-mm.
as a
No,
child,
no.
No.
an infant?
Nope.
So now, were you able to lose all rights by someone getting that contract for you or that birth certificate for you? Your mother couldn't sign your rights away.
That's facts.
You see what I'm saying? That's why they have something called the Baby Act, where they deal with
Hold
that.
on. Camp Powelton said we got agents among us. Be careful, y'all. Who are you talking
No,
about? Agents,
no,
Camp?
Camp Powhatan, him and Yahshua be going back and forth all the time. So,
Oh Lord.
you know, yeah, that's
So
that.
according to law, anybody signed that damn voter registration is an agent.
His bitch ass might be talking about me because he likes to talk about my grandson. But see, I have him blocked, so I don't know what the fuck he talking about. If he is,
You
Mm.
can
Calm down,
you
sis.
know
Calm
you
down.
can see
Calm
him up
down.
if
here.
he is,
Don't hurt him
Well,
too bad.
I'm
Don't
just
hurt him
saying,
too bad.
if he is, I'm
let me
just
show you
saying,
something.
We don't want no
That
competition up here.
because
Come
I
on.
don't know what
you
no
know,
agent other than
it's
you
funny
know.
that word
So
gets thrown
Just
around.
fucking with you, baby.
It does.
Real quick, right?
Go
It
ahead.
really does.
Let me show you with the whole agent. Now, I don't know if y'all familiar with GSA bonds and all that type of shit.
I am. I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. The 14, 14, 14, 16, 14. I mean, the
Right,
form.
right.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I got you.
no.
Right. Okay, now you realize like when you fill out one of those, because a lot of people use those for discharge. I never agreed with it because once you sign it, you're making yourself, of course, surety and your heirs or whatever, but you're also stating that you are a contracting agent for the United States. And that's exactly what that birth certificate is. It's an agent of the United States. It's a franchisee. And to show you how slick they are with this shit, when you get a power bill, when you apply for power for your house or any type of service, through the city, gas or whatever, if you look at your bill, you're going to see something on there called a franchise tax. So now they made you as if you were a part of that corporation.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so it's a lot of ways that they trick and trap you into the jurisdiction. That's the
Bro,
only thing you really got to stay out of is their
bro,
jurisdiction.
Got you running around
I'm
here
glad
paying
you
off their
mentioned,
debt
I'm
and
glad you
everything.
mentioned that word, bro, franchise, and because that's what
Yeah,
people had to realize. That's what these 50 states are
Yep.
franchises.
correct.
Mm-hmm.
You're exactly right. Under the once they join that
Even voting is considered a franchise.
right,
Your
but
vote.
I mean, but
Well,
okay,
it's just a vehicle that lets you know that you're dealing with a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
correct,
Because
correct.
that's what the U.S. corporation is. All these the 50 states, the union is a franchise.
Yep.
Right. They have the United States, they have the US, they have the United States of America. They have the correct term is
They
United
all
States of America
corporations.
in Congress assembled. All that other shit is a whole bunch of statutory commercial entities.
Brother, can you repeat that title again?
Oh, the correct term should be United States of America in Congress assembled.
Okay,
That's
I
how
heard
it
that
should
before,
sound.
right?
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people don't look when I deal with the court. Let's say it's a state court. The first thing I'm gonna look at the charter for that particular state, and I'm gonna look through the complaint because that's all they got. They don't have a claim; they have a complaint, and I'm gonna see if they're violating that charter. Then I'm gonna, of course, look at that state's constitution and see if they're violating that constitution. So everything inside that complaint, I'm denying all that. And since I already have all my trust and all that set up, I don't even need to deal with you because you don't even have subject matter jurisdiction or personam jurisdiction to even hear the matter. For the simple fact that the property that you're trying to administrate, what you're causing is a trespass. So you're becoming an intermeddler. You're thrusting yourself into something that has nothing to do with you. But what people do, they go to court and they allow this judge to do all this talking when it's the prosecutor who had no firsthand knowledge of anything bringing the claim on behalf of the officer.
He really ain't even a judge.
Oh no, he's a banker, really. But
Exactly.
and he's also called a magistrate.
Magistrate. Yeah, I was thinking of it.
And you know his whole job is to sit there and move ministerially.
To see if you know.
And bro,
That's
and
his
look,
job, just to see if you know.
if you
Right.
understand what an Article 1 court is, it's listed under a financial institution.
Correct.
So that's
You
why
can
I'm
go.
trying. That's how you know it's all commercial under Article 1. But when the brother said that when you go to court of equity, you're now switching the venue to an Article 3, and now they got it there with the Constitution that they're under oath, and they don't want to do that.
Right.
That's
That's
why
where
I
you
try to
go
tell the
now.
brother that in your Article 1, the supreme law under Article 1 is the Uniform Commercial Codes. That's a fact.
Correct. They deal with finance
Yes.
and
Oh my
interest
God.
and
That's why niggas get mad,
finance.
because when you study and another nigga don't, they gonna get mad. Period.
I just don't think y'all were listening to each other.
Well, I mean, you know, at some point we got to realize that this is what got us in that position in the first
Right.
place.
Right.
I
Bickering and
agree.
arguing.
Me too.
You see what I'm saying? We once ruled this whole world. We've been doing business. I hear a lot about Moors. Sometimes the Moors get shitted on, but at the end of the day, we've been doing business with each other throughout this world for the longest. They said it themselves that the whole world was pretty much Swazi. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? The German man, all of them, they named them all, and they said that they was all Swazi.
That's
So
right.
what
You're right.
they talking about melanated people that look like us.
Straight out of Benjamin Franklin's mouth.
Correct.
Yep.
I mean, everybody know about Pitchfork Bill Tillman with what he said. You see what I'm saying? If we can only take the sandals off their feet, the turbans off their head. So, I mean, they've been doing this plan, the whole Reconstruction era, everything.
Yep.
It's all adding up to right now. I'm not for Trump. I'm not for no Biden, none of that. Because at the end of the day, no matter who's in that house, he has a job to run. And his job is to do what? Protect that corporation called the United States.
Facts. And the
At
shit
all
don't have
costs. Yeah.
nothing to do with us
Do
at
it all.
all.
That is
None of
true.
that shit.
So
And
I
don't
don't.
even go vote. That's treason. Don't even do it. You wasting your time. We have enough enemies on this land telling us what to do.
Well, for what I know through the treaties, dealing with the Sharifan Empire, you lose the protection of that empire once you accept benefits and protection from another nation.
Yep.
And this is how the United States tricked a lot of people into that. Because I mean, it's no mystery. Yes, there was Moors here, just like it was
Hey,
the Aborigines that was already on this particular landmass.
bro,
Right.
I
But
got
we
a
all
question
did
for you, bro.
business. Huh?
Bro, I got a question for you. Does
Go ahead.
that include public utility?
Do what include public utility?
Accepting services.
Well, what I showed you where it says about franchise tax, because remember these applications that you fill out, they end up getting turned into securities, right? Because you're obligated to pay that certain amount every month. And so technically, you would be considering yourself someone doing business in that particular state. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that you would be lacking if you wasn't in the know was you don't have the DBA
Right.
or something on file with the Secretary of State. This is why it's a must that you separate all that. Because every application that you sign, they turn that into a security. Denied or accepted. They're going to ship that off and bundle it up with the rest of those signed applications and they're going to go get an advance on money from the Federal Reserve Bank. And now you have this obligation. Now what they give you time to put a lien on the property and rescind any agreement that you don't want. But our problem is that we don't read, not the people on the line, but in general. Like when they hit you with the mortgage agreement, you gave the house up for collateral
Oh my
for a repayment of a
gosh.
loan, but how can you give up something that you don't own? So obviously you already own the house.
And they destroy that damn title. So
Now,
that and that foreclosure, oh my gosh.
okay, now look at the word foreclosure. That's supposed to be everybody before the closing.
Right.
So no one should be able to come in after you've closed already.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So with the whole foreclosure thing, the bank cannot take the house.
Nope.
They're really foreclosing on the note. It's not the house. It's the note, because you never satisfied the note.
And they gotta produce that shit. They got to produce, but they destroy
You have
it.
a copy.
They destroy it though. The
No, but
original.
you have a copy.
Yeah, you do have a copy.
Okay, so why you didn't go put a lien against it?
Exactly.
Don't you have a security interest in it?
Exactly.
It's happening with
That's the
cars.
smartest shit I've heard in a
Right.
long time,
And
right
listen,
there, bro.
your
Right.
I'm
mortgage
not even
should
gonna
not
lie.
go
That is
past
some dope shit
3
right
or
there.
5 years. You shouldn't
Yeah.
be paying no more than that on a mortgage. Anything like 15, 30 years all on mortgage, that's fraud all day.
Well, in trust, it's easier to move that way. First thing you should be doing is putting your property in trust.
Yep.
And once you do that, of course, you go ahead and put a lien against the property, because now you have priority interest in it. They can't put the type of lien that you can put,
But
because
you know, in the law, in the mail law, the free mail-in law, they tell you how to go to court and do it through paperwork, and not even go through the, you could just do it through the, paperwork, and not even
right,
go in the courtroom. You can go just do all that shit through paperwork.
but see, you got to remember,
That's called
all
administrative
they
process.
foreclosures,
Right, but if you do it
all,
step by step,
think
you
about this.
good. Trust me.
All
Yeah.
they foreclosures happen in what court? The wrong one.
Yeah.
That Article 1 court again.
Yep.
Now, if you have equitable interest, because this is what people give up when they sign all those things. It's like that with cars. It's like that with houses.
Yes.
It's like that with bank accounts. You're allowing the bank to do what? Speak for you on your behalf.
Exactly. And
Whereas
that
your
even
secure
comes
interest in
down,
nothing.
with your paycheck. That's the same damn thing. If you just sign it, you're not giving instructions what to do
That's a
with it.
blank
You just,
endorsement.
yeah,
That's a blank. It's called a blank
exactly.
endorsement. You're supposed
Exactly.
to tell them what you want to do with the money.
Yep.
So that's why the UCC comes in handy when you read those articles, especially Article 9. That's the first one that I suggest people read, but then go back and read the other ones, because they all correlate. And that's just handling the business and the finance. If I'm dealing with some financial shit, of course, I'm not looking for the definition from the legal dictionary. I'm
No.
looking for the financial
Yeah.
definition.
You're going to have to get you
Yeah, you need a banker's dictionary then.
a legalese, Black Laws Dictionary,
No, the
those type of
banker's
dictionaries.
dictionary when you use finance. When you talking about commercial.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the
You
banker's
look for the
dictionary.
financial terms.
Yeah.
Right. Because you got to stay away from certain words. You means customer. We means creditor. So in my rebuttal, I'm the we and they're the you. You see what I'm saying? Because you're protected under certain things as what they consider to be a consumer. But when you move in trust, you have a whole different type of protection.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna get off of here. You guys have a beautiful night. I'm gonna just sit back and listen.
Yes,
All right,
man.
peace.
Appreciate you.
Peace and
Appreciate you,
love.
sis.
Peace
Peace and
and
love.
blessings, sister.
How about
Thank you for your
Peace.
High
thank you for your
Peace
vibes to
out,
honesty.
you.
Goddess.
Peace.
You dig what I'm saying though? So it's really
Absolutely.
about how you conduct business. So once you moving properly like that, whenever you fill out an application, you have to give them some type of like they have licensing agreements, right? Why aren't you writing the same type of things to them? Anything they can do, you can do better. It's equal protection of the law. So how are they able to do something and you're not? You see what I'm saying? I guess people feel like, oh, that's too much paperwork. I'm not finna do all that shit. But that's how you get cheated. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, this is the reason that we hire their agents to represent us. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because
you
we
gotta.
don't want to deal with it. We don't want to read it. We say, okay, we'll get a lawyer to do it. And they
That's a
agents,
fact, bro.
and they're
And they
agents for the
screwing us.
court.
Yup. Yup,
Okay,
they
but
are.
look. Now, when you do get that agent, did you give him the proper paperwork, or did you appoint him as a fiduciary to speak on your behalf for your trust?
A letter of
You
instruction
see,
or a letter of rogatory.
all right,
Yeah.
but look, let me show you something about that. Because you have to look at their oath, where they say that if it's in conflict with them being an officer of the court, they have to yield to the latter. The latter being you. They would have to stop representing you because they're bar card members. That's what that little rail is. That's the bar. That's in bar. All that. That's the realm of the dead.
Well, but
All those
don't you
people's
normally
dead.
have to give them power of attorney though?
That's correct. But how many motherfuckers hire a lawyer and actually have them sign a power of attorney acting as a fiduciary for your interests? Nobody. They just sign the fucking shit and the motherfucker come in the court and represent them with no firsthand knowledge. So let's just look at that scenario right there. That nigga that came in there for you didn't have firsthand knowledge of shit. He didn't swear in. That's not a testimony. That's hearsay. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with the prosecutor. Those are unsworn testimonies. But you call it, he lying. He ain't lying, he ain't swearing. That's hearsay. Nobody ever noticed that? Well, you the only one swearing in court. Giving all that, what they call it? Exculpatory evidence against yourself.
Yep, that's a fact, bro. So they not even supposed to be speaking. You're supposed to object every time that lawyer speak. Because you like objection. He got the attorney want to swear in. You know what I mean? If they want to give any type of testimony, would the attorney like to swear in? Object, you're supposed to object. But sometimes those judges also would do this. They won't give you a sustained or overrule on your objection. You got to watch out for that too.
Well, you have to ask them, are you going to rule on my objection?
Exactly. Yep.
Like, they'll say duly noted or some bullshit like that, and you move along. But your main goal, if you're in that particular court, is to make a clear record for appeal. Because
right. You just want to make a record. Yeah.
You see, that's why the judge is over talking you. He's overstepping his boundaries.
But bro, also this. But look, check this out. You also gotta. We also gotta start hiring our own court reporters, because sometimes you can't get the record from the clerk. So we gotta hire our own court reporters to make our own record.
Yeah, because
sometimes they won't put it on the record. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they put it on there, but what they say is inaudible.
Right, but if you have your own court reporter, you got your own evidence that you can get stamped by the clerk.
Put it like this: if you walk into court with your own court reporter, you gonna have the most peaceful judge you ever seen in your life.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. You gotta know the game, man.
That's all it is. It's a game. It's
Yeah,
all
the
about
game, bro.
who's wiser. It's just it's just like y'all was going back and forth. Save that energy for them. You dig what I'm saying? When I helped my man out of his case, I used to, I get frustrated trying to explain some shit. And he'd be like, well, why you yelling at me? You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfucker, you need to have this same energy when you walk in that courtroom. If you can yell back at me, you can yell at that damn judge. Hello?
You right, bro.
Oh,
No, you
okay.
heard me, bro. I hear you.
Yeah. We
Nah,
follow.
you 100% right.
Yeah, but it's more or less about being up on your stuff, man, and understanding venue, which is, jurisdiction and all that, and proper rebuttals, and having all your stuff in order. I remember when authentication of the birth certificate was being taught, a lot of people knocked it down. A lot of people understood what it was. What you did was you made that birth certificate that you authenticated on the same level as the one that they have that they don't want to give you. You see what I'm saying? So now it's an authenticated record. So once you place it in there, yours is more powerful than theirs. So what are they doing? Administrating your property, right? Because you got the DBA, right? You got the birth certificate. You got the lien against all this. This is collateral. You have a secure interest. So who are they to administrate your trust without permission from the grantor or the trustee? They can't. You see what I'm saying? That's why you shouldn't be there. You should be in equity.
Right. But I think people don't understand is that when you talk about separation of power and you're in Article 1, which is a commercial realm, you got to satisfy all your legal remedy in Article 1 before you even get the protection of the Constitution in Article 3.
Well, as far as that go, it's motion to dismiss off the rip. For the simple fact, I've already showed evidence that they don't have personam jurisdiction or subject matter jurisdiction. They don't have subject matter jurisdiction for the simple fact that I'm not within the boundaries of their statutory state.
Yeah, well, delegation of authority.
Correct. I don't like using that delegation of authority term, because that gets a little deeper. You know what I'm saying? But I just tell them, like, I'm not in your physical location. If the cop tells me, well, I stopped him on John Adams Road, no, I'm going to hit you with the coordinates of that Aboriginal land. This is where I am.
Right.
I'm not using your term.
What you're doing is you're asking for a motion to dismiss for subject matter jurisdiction because they don't have subject matter jurisdiction because you already put on the record that for a change of venue, especially when you're operating out of trust. That's definitely not Article 1. They ain't gonna want to touch that.
Right. Well, I'm not asking for a motion because a motion is pleading. A
motion is you're asking for like a privilege or something.
Right. I'm requiring that they dismiss.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
Right, because now I would be at a harm if you don't. You see what I'm saying? Because you see how they say failure to state a claim which relief can be granted. What's your relief? I'm requiring that you dismiss this. You see, in the interest of justice. That's it. I'm not finna motion a court that don't have jurisdiction. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a fact, bro. Yeah. You don't ask for no motion because you asking for a favor for the court.
Right. I'm telling you what to do. When you look at the word more, what? He summons the court. Shit. What the hell? I'm summons in the court. You go do what you're supposed to do. You the public servant, not me. You ain't here on my time. You feel what I'm saying? That's how you got to move. And once we start realizing that we are actually the heirs to this land here and abroad, then we will start seeing a difference. Your character is only good as your perception.
And that's a fact.
Your character
That
designs your perception.
my pops used to say that.
Right.
My real talk, my pops used to say that.
Hey, Chief is in the chat room twerking. He wants to know what about the debate. He said y'all niggas is way off topic. He didn't say that, but I said that.
Oh, okay.
But he did say, what about the debate?
You talk about the Biden and Trump shit?
Yeah, is Trump the first black president?
Oh, well, yeah.
He said he twerking for dollars.
They all was black if you're looking at the definition of the word, because they paid. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't understand why Joe Biden debate me. You was in office for 8 years. And you didn't do none of this shit you talking about should be done.
That's what Trump said to him.
Yeah, so you lost already. What are you talking about? We should do this, we should do that. No, you should stop.
But his response to it was, well, I wasn't president. I was just vice president.
So he's the fucking secretary to the president. And it's his job to advise that motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
He's secretary, right? Shit. So
You racking up bonus points right now.
He was just there taking up space. I don't understand that.
Man.
How can anybody just vote for a nigga that vote a bill that lock niggas up by about $1 million, bro? Come on, man.
Well, you know what that is? That's called, and that's the sad thing. It's called, a lot of these people call it our tradition. My mama was a Democrat, and this person was a Democrat, and all this. And they all were misguided Democrats. And not understanding, you're giving up your liberty and a lot of rights when you vote, but you just agreed to be a part of this bullshit. So all these statutes apply to your ass.
We need to call them exactly who they are, man. They did do nothing.
Yo.
Fuck all that.
Yo.
Peace. Peace to
What's up, big bro?
Naughty, what it do?
Peace, Naughty.
Yo, what's up with Trump, yo? Yo, Naughty got Donald Trump on speed dial, yo. Tell him what's up, yo.
That's Naughty. I sent you an email,
Naughty,
bro.
Yeah. Naughty got Donald Trump on speed. Yo, he get whatever he want. Tell Naughty, he gonna tell Trump.
Yeah. It's gonna be official, you know. So I on my way right now. I on my way over by App TV, App Power, and then out west. Check them man out west. Chief and all of them, you know how it is. Yeah.
That's what's up, Naughty. So you already left?
Yeah. I on the road now.
All right. Well, safe journeys, brother. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I sent you an email too. When you get a chance, check it out. It's just Mr. Brooklyn.
Yeah. I think I seen it already. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
I get been busy today like fuck, you know.
Yeah, I know. I figured that though. I already knew. I figured you was busy. I said, well, he ain't respond, but I already know you be busy. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I know you'll get around to it when you do. I ain't tripping. I'm a patient brother.
I like the info that brother and Urat on the plano giving all that info.
Hollywood, man.
Hollywood, I know you good.
Appreciate it, bro. You know this is You know, it's just basically interpreting the law on how it's rolled and throwing it back in their face, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. But the guide the people on where they don't even have to go to court anymore.
Well, they're gonna have to get a hot step going, man. Shit, and do what's proper. Stop focusing on all this other shit and focus on controlling their life, opposed to somebody else controlling. You know what I mean? Because that's what it boils down to. You know, you got this man want to play God out here. You know, you can't be the God and he be the God too.
So my people ain't really catching on to a whole lot, right? And I keep trying to beat it in them and beat it in them and beat it in them. Where if they go and make themselves the business now, and business, incorporate yourself. I don't know how much I can get this to my people. Incorporate the name as a business. And anytime, the first time after that, hold on, I can't hear you.
See, that's another way.
Yeah, now they always come with that one.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying now, now I understand that there's multiple ways,
Absolutely.
But, he about to get on us. So I'm about to turn it in for the night. Y'all brothers be
Yeah,
easy,
you
all
wanted
right?
to be
All right, I said peace.
Peace and blessing, brothers.
Peace. You wanted to be unincorporated.
But yo, I'm gonna say this though, cause dealing with the debate, right? A key point that Biden made, right, that makes him seem you should already know that this guy's trying to put everybody under a welfare state, which happened after 1933. He said they trying to do this universal health care, right? Saying that the people are not, or everybody should have some type of health care as a choice. But he's not really giving you a choice. They're forcing you into some type of health care without, you know what I mean, without your consent. Well, you got consent because you got tacit consent. But you see what I'm saying? Trump is like, well, people should have a choice. You know what I'm saying? They're not. The Democrats are not even trying to give you a choice.
Well, you know what?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Big Dog. Go ahead.
Hey, if you don't mind, touch your mute one time. Let me see if it's me or if it's... Yeah, there we go. All right, check this out. We are fighting something, right? Just because we want to without feelings and emotion. The brethren is right in a sense by unincorporating yourself, but you want to reincorporate, you want to incorporate yourself. Because no matter what, you're going to deal with public. You have this out there. If you privatize yourself, you still got a chance to deal with public. Public meaning people that's warded to the state. This is public. People that's not in control of their own business. So if you're gonna be have a chance to do business with public, you want to cover yourself. So you want to incorporate yourself as a business. That way you won't be considered or assumed to be under civil law. You'll be under business law. Second of all, if you do damage to the public, you have a bond or an insurance bond on your business just in case you damage the public or the public's property or property of a person, which is a ward of the state. Not everyone is in corporation. Not everyone is in private. So you might deal with the public, like say I gone to the gas station. The gas station is public.
Correct.
Now I'm doing business with the gas station. So if I so accidentally leave my gas pump inside my car and drive off with them pump, I just did damage to the public. Now I must have something to cover me if I don't have pre coverage. No, I am not handling my own business. This is where the state comes in now. The state has to handle your affairs for you. You understand? Because you're not competent. You're incompetent because you're not standing in proper standing.
Yeah, proper standards, right?
Right. You have to be in proper standing when you're dealing in public. Now, if you go on your property and you don't come off your property, you ain't got to do shit. You ain't got to incorporate. You ain't got to claim a status. You ain't got to do nothing because you're on your private fuck. But if you're private fuck, you ain't got your paperwork on your private fuck, like you said, in trust or thing like that, it's still under the ward of the state, which provides current maintenance. Now, current maintenance to each individual that's not in them proper status, when you can go to the health department, when you can go to the county hospital, when you like if you get in an accident, the ambulance come quick, carry you down to the county hospital because you ain't have no bond or no insurance covering yourself. Use a citizen. You on the civil ward now. You understand? So check it. Check what he's saying. You don't have a choice when them say you got to have insurance. It's mandatory because you're a part of their ward. So now them say so the state of Texas from Austin to Dallas is two different places, which is under the ward of the state. Okay, so now for communication between Dallas and Austin, they have to put up a road. Now that road is a link to Dallas and Austin. No, this was mandatory. It was mandatory for Dallas and Austin to have some type of coverage for each other. So they mandated a road to be paved from Dallas. It's the same thing with you. You're Dallas. You are the vehicle that you turn that title into the state, and the state it has a ward of that vehicle now. That vehicle, all you are is just a participating acting owner. You're not really the owner. You have privileges of an owner. The state is the real owner. So
you're a tenant.
We really have to focus on emotion and catch ourselves on real business. These people is not gonna change business for you because you feel like I should have insurance coverage because I want to. No. They saying no, they're not gonna keep paying for free people to come into them hospital when they have to provide current maintenance. So they say, okay, so we're gonna provide current maintenance for Austin and Dallas, which is you. But for current maintenance, we have to have a mandatory link to them. So the current maintenance is the road, and the road is in representation of you for the insurance or the mandatory insurance, a road to you to go to the hospital. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's simple. It's not rocket science. We gotta break free from being captured with this illusion that everything is so hard. It's not hard. It's so easy and it's so simple. You know.
Now, can I say something about that? Now, I agree with you. You know,
I don't
totally.
know if I loud because I got you on car phone, so I might sound like I'm screaming. I don't really mean
Oh,
to
no,
sound like
it's all good. I agree with you totally with what you were saying about the public and all that, and to do business and the bond and all that. But you know, it's also a way where instead of a lot of people will get stuck using that social. You got to get out of that. So I understand what you're saying for the people that's not doing everything with what we're talking about. But once they do start doing that, you're going to have to start functioning through companies like they do. They create corporations. They have EIN numbers, except these EIN numbers are numbers that they control opposed to the statutory government controlling. You know what I'm saying? So you're using that as a buffer. You're using that as a buffer to stop you from the liability, or you getting the liability to be what they would consider to be taxable. You follow what I'm saying? You can do the same thing utilizing companies, organizations, whatever. Do the same thing they do. That's all I'm saying. Everything
Yeah,
that they do, you can do too.
right. But see, the thing is that once a person, when they got a birth certificate, gonna get a driver's license, and all these things, they signed up to a contract with the state, and they without knowledge, they ain't really knowing what's going on. But they're not knowing what's going on because it's not just told to them. But all this information is open to the public, so you have no excuse because you don't know the rules and the policies. The rules and policies are open for you to go and read and see what type of thing you under. So if the person don't themselves out of the ward or the state and take claim to who they are or take claim for themselves, and they go and start using the EIN number and all of that without that process first, they can be moving in fraud because the EIN, the TDR, is it TDR? I don't know. I keep saying TDR. Is it? I keep forgetting. The Treasury Department.
TDA account.
Yeah, the TDN account, right? So all of these things was created in fraud. So if you go and access these things without actually putting yourself in proper persona first, you're accessing fraud too. Now you're a co-conspirator. You understand?
Right. I mean, you was a co-conspirator when you joined this whole little corporation. That made you enemy of the state.
Well, you have right, true. But you have a way out because that the day of your conception or around the conception, they created that corporation in an illusion of yourself. So it was done in a sneaky way where you wasn't in full awareness. You didn't have any creed to it. You understand? So if you by time you reach 18 and you don't step up to your claim and you start to get paperwork, you start to get a light bill, you start to get an apartment, you start to do all these things without stepping and taking up that claim, you're actually being a co-conspirator to the fraud from that point forward. Really, be honest with you, I'm not gonna take that back. If you start using that name and printing that name in kindergarten at 5 years old, because the law is you're supposed to actually take claiming your status at 5. It used to be 7, but now it's 5. If you don't take claim of that status, that's the reason they want your children in preschool and they want your children in kindergarten so they can start writing them name on that paper and be in that and under that status. It's a game. It's all a game, and it's so simple. We ain't really seeing what's going on because we blind to the fact that we're looking for some Illuminati, some big shit to go on, but it's going on so simple, minute, and we're playing a major in a minute or a minor in a minor state. You understand?
Right.
Right. We're being major in a minor state.
I don't even give them the credit of being called no Illuminati because they're not illuminated at all. They got the dim light that it is. You see what I'm saying? And we are the Illuminati.
Well,
we lost our light.
But wait. I start speaking to him now. All right, brethren. So we are complete darkness. We come from the ether. We come from the dark plasma. We are of that creation. The light, when the light comes on, the light is actually to teach your head because you're used to being right? When the light comes on, it's to illuminate something that it wants you to see. But it's still, the darkness still is going on. So you're not even seeing the darkness no more because you're out of tune and in focus of the light. The light Yeah?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. The light is the confusion entity that keeps bringing us back to this zone. The light.
Right. I'm with you on that now. See, now you want to get metaphysical on it. So listen.
Well, I'm getting on a reality physicality too. So when you spend 9 months in the womb, you hear, you see, you learn.
About the light, right? Okay.
We got an echo. Go ahead, big brother. I hear you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You sound like you're in the bathroom, but yeah, I hear you.
Nadi?
I'm listening.
All right. Now, they got quiet. I ain't know.
Oh, okay. Well, let me finish until the I man come on. Okay, so when we spend before we even come into the womb, we in the creation of right?
Anipathy?
Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, anipathy, right? Which is in total unaware. So when you turn on a light, when you have on a light, you're unaware of something that wants to be illuminated to give you sight of that specific thing. But you still have darkness that's dwelling that you don't have any sight of. So before you come on this earth or inside the womb, you in your father's brain. You in that that seed is in a dark spot, a dark place. You don't see light until you come out on this earth and you start to see the illusion of man-made man-made identity, right? And that's in the illumination of light to give you that sight. But when you're inside the womb, you know your mother, you hear your mother's voice, you know your mother's sound, you know your mother's heartbeat, you know your father, you hear your father's sound, you're learning your music, you're hearing, you're going through all the steps of knowing of all and all naturalness, all righteousness. You don't start to learn wickedness until you come on the earth and see what's being illuminated to you. For this purpose, to be focused on man, I get hyped up. I get hyped up when I go this deep, you know. I gotta slow me down, man. Yeah. But let me focus.
We're gonna have to do like they do in church, Noddies. We're gonna have to do like they do in church. Just take your time, brother.
Yeah, I try and talk over the tires and talk over the car. You know, I keep grabbing myself like I'm yelling at you. I don't want to be yelling, seem like I'm yelling. None of that. But yeah, my brother and sister, the darkness is the true sight for you. And I tell all of you once before, you're the creator of all colors. And you're dark. Your melanin, your pineal gland is a dark entity, is a dark void, which has a liquid, but not in the physical. I don't know if people ever seen that movie Deep Space with Lawrence Fishburne, Spear. That's the name of it, Spear. Where it was a dark ball and it was moving and it looked like water and things. That's how that pineal gland the works. And you have two things on each side of your brain, on each side of that pineal gland sparks, and it causes a nation in that pineal gland, which gives you an ascension. Understand what I'm showing you? Where am I?
Yo, Aaron, come back. Got time. Come
Yo. I don't know. Hold on.
Mic check. 3, 2, 1. Fuck it. Yo, mic check.
Yo, you good, Naughty? Go ahead.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how I can put it back on card thing. Hold on. Let me get a mic check.
You good?
No, it still ain't coming. Hold on. I'll go in. I'm gonna try to go out and come in again.
If Chief paying attention, Chief, you got to bring him back, bro.
Give me a mic check.
You good?
Nah, it still ain't come on. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, on a phone device, but not on a Bluetooth.
Oh. Is Hollywood still in? Chief, where you at, Chief? I think Hollywood in the back. In the meantime, anybody else had something to say about it? Yo, everybody else on the panel?
Yeah, I'm on here, big bro, man. Yo, I gotta do something real quick, man. I'll be
Oh,
back
yeah,
on in a
yeah.
minute, bro.
That's
Yeah,
what's
I
up.
just got back in too.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, anybody can elaborate on stuff while Naughty getting his Bluetooth together.
So,
Barely.
so, peace to leave us, son. Peace, God.
Peace, Mr. Brooklyn. What it do, bro?
I want to ask you, bro, because you seem to always have a lot of knowledge. What's your input on this Donald Trump and Biden debate?
Ah, man. I mean, it depends on. Really, it depends on what how you looking at it. You know what I'm saying? It really depends on that. And
Well, okay, guys.
I mean, because it affects people in a lot of different ways. So, I have to be more. You have to be really specific as to
On my
what you.
viewpoint, right? Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that.
yeah. You know
Is
what I
that
mean?
Natty? Did Natty jump back in?
I think he be in a minute. But yeah, man. Who's that trying to speak? It seemed like their mic was low.
I
Somebody's
don't
mic
know.
is really, really low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if it's an echo. I keep hearing some other.
I don't know. It might be Natty because I just seen his picture. His emoji jump up.
I can hear somebody faintly, man, but you can barely hear him.
Yeah, I hear what you're talking about now. I gotta listen real good to hear it. Real
Yeah,
close.
your mic is real low. It's like you whispering a block away. You might have to go out and come back in or something. Yeah, it was very faint, man. I couldn't even hardly hear, but I kept hearing something. Nah, it's still the same. Yeah. Yeah, Chief gotta put you. I think he'll put you. You leave out and come back. He should put you back in. Yo, Mr. Brooklyn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you can just narrow it down a little bit, man, then because if I look at it in its totality, you know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at two fucking immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Trying to dictate what everybody else is supposed to be doing and shit. So, I mean,
that's an interesting point of view, right? In itself.
That's what I see, man.
Yeah, that's an interesting point of view within itself. I have a hard time with it all. I have never voted in my life. You know what I'm saying? And I've been I guess an outlaw, so to speak, all of my life, just about. Especially all of my adult life. Anyway, so I've never even attempted to vote in one of their elections, and this is the first time I really have paid close attention to an election, and to me it looks like what you said summed it up pretty good, very well. It looks like, to me, and I'm just going to use layman terms, it's like too bullshit all this is. vying for, our attention.
I mean, at the end of the day, we talking about theft, man. I mean, people can say whatever they want to say, but at the end of the day, it's all theft. You know what I'm saying? Theft and fraud.
Yeah, and I agree. You know what I'm saying? You know, and to me, it's like, who bullshit are you gonna believe more?
Right, you know.
Yeah, yo, but look, I'm back, yo. The thing about it, they're not committing fraud until you bring it up. You understand? So if you don't bring it up, it's not illegal until you accuse it, until you say something. If I keep smacking you in the face, you know what I'm saying? Am I assaulting you? If you just let me do it?
Yeah, no foul, no harm, huh?
Yeah, you
got
know
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So if you say, you know what I mean, you ain't saying nothing. You know what I mean? That's what I'm
right.
trying to prove to people that all these titles and all this stuff they saying they owe us. Okay, you looking at Trump, right? He in that debate, he said it's a big thing. Oh, he's not paying taxes. But Biden ain't paying no motherfucking taxes either. I guarantee you that shit. Those no tax returns they showing people is fucking bullshit, bro. And Trump not even playing that game. He's the reason why they don't like Trump doing that because that's going to alert people to say, well, damn, if he's not paying taxes, why are we paying taxes? That's why when
Why
people
am
be
I
like,
right?
yeah, why
Well,
am I paying taxes? You know what I'm
well,
saying?
here's the thing, though, right? This is what we gotta
And,
really realize.
look, you're not an Indian either. You know Indian, and he's
Right,
not paying taxes. That should tell you
right,
something right there.
right,
How's he
right,
getting away with it?
Right.
right.
And what can
But
I
I want
do
y'all to
to get in
understand
that
this, though.
position?
But look, though, I want y'all to realize this because a lot of times people they use the word tax as a broad term, and it's really not. You know what I'm saying? There are multiple different type of taxes, and some taxes were people look at as being legal, and some are they look at well.
That's true, because you have
It,
property taxes and
right, right.
sales
Because
taxes and
when the
yeah,
taxes that they talking about in the Constitution, those are taxes based on um, professionals, right? It's based on if you got a license for something, you pay tax on that. If you own property, then you pay a tax on that. Um, those are the ones that's discussed in the Constitution. They all this other shit wasn't even around, like income taxes on your what they call payroll taxes now because they had to change the name to payroll taxes, and that wasn't around then. That's some recent shit. That shit just happened after 1933.
Well, well, look, bro, the taxes come like this. If you're using a service from a corporation, they have a right to be compensated. So if you got them assigned as a trustee over your estate, over your property, you got them watching over your land. Like you had these pale faces coming over there, and they watching over the plantation for you. They administer. They got their little district service working. They have to be compensated for
right.
administering your estate. But if we was
Right.
doing it
I got
ourselves, you see what I'm saying? That
none,
it
none,
becomes private. You know what I mean?
none. I got
That's the
none. I
public
got you.
charge that they putting on you. That's the
I got
tax.
you. But what I'm trying to get people to realize that wasn't around then. You understand what I'm saying? That's recent. That's some recent activity, man. Because when they first put the taxes out, they were only for like if you was a doctor or some shit like that, or had some kind of professional license, right? Professional license and property owners, because the way their system was set up, those were the only ones who could vote. Regular people couldn't vote. If you didn't own land, if you didn't have a professional license, you could not vote. So you didn't pay taxes. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, income taxes didn't wasn't even around then. That's just some recent shit. That shit happened after 1933, 1936 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The income tax came in with the Social Security number. They both came in together. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have social
Listen,
security numbers back in the 1700s. They didn't have social security numbers back in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I be trying to get people to understand is that when you talk about taxes in the Constitution, they are not talking about no goddamn income taxes because
listen,
it didn't exist.
I had this theory, right, brothers, and I want you both, you brothers, to correct me if I'm wrong, or elaborate on my thought. Okay, and this is my thought. After the so-called Great Depression, right? I feel like that's when a lot of things changed, and they switched from gold and silver back in the currency to oil back in the currency. Do y'all think it's some truth in that?
Well, they didn't eliminate silver till 1975, I think. 1973 to 1975. That's when they eliminated silver. So, I mean,
Well, I know they stopped making the coins with silver around that time.
Well,
Yeah, around 72.
yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is they didn't use silver as a reserve like well, put it this way, man. At a certain time, a lot of that shit didn't exist. Put it that way. You know what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm saying though. I'm saying that they used that so-called depression to usher in this new system.
Hold up, Mr. Brooklyn.
A different system.
Hold up, Mr. Brooklyn. I'm getting a lot of feedback, bro.
Yeah, I hear that echo too.
Somebody need to mute. Is that Chief? Chief, is that you, man? Go ahead, Mr. Brooklyn.
But that's what I was just saying. I think that when they used that Great Depression to usher in a so-called new system, and that new system was now no longer back. The currency was no longer back with gold, but now with oil. And I see, and if you look at it, you see a lot of oil at that time. A lot of the oil companies started springing up, and it really became a huge thing right around that time after the Great Depression, I believe.
If I'm
wrong, correct me, because
no, I'm saying I can't tell you that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you that. But one thing we do know is that after that, I mean, because we know that the banks came into the act in 1913. You know what I'm saying? And then a short time after the banks nationalized in 1913, here we go with the Depression.
Right. That's when soon after,
you know what I'm saying?
Soon after that hit, the Depression came.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm really saying though, ultimately, what I'm really saying is, I feel like that Depression was forced. Like it was
well, it was probably a reset. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's
a lot
really
of things
it's like it was orchestrated.
Yeah, that changed everything. Like once that reset hit, everything kind of changed. That's when things kind of start moving way faster. You know what I'm saying? Then the education. Just think about. I mean, so many things changed, man. The educational system started changing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Starts, a lot of this, black man shit. A lot of this, you come from Africa shit. I mean, a whole bunch of shit just started changing. You know what I'm saying? So it was a total reset. And this was around the same time they was trying to figure out ways to get our money and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, well, these these niggas is over here blooming and they booming and shit, and we broke as a motherfucker, man. What's up? You know what I'm saying?
Now check this out, right? My son's great grandmother just passed about maybe 10 years ago, right? And I met her. She was about 100. Well, the family had her at 100. Some of the younger family members had her at 103. Some of the older family members had her at 113. So it was a discrepancy in her age. But this lady, she lived in Pulaski, Tennessee, right? And she had all her wits about her. Like, you knew who she was. She would know who you were. You know what I'm saying? And she owned land. The land and the house that she was living in, she told me out of her own mouth, she owned. It had always been in her family, and she gained ownership over it when she was 22. So we talking, this was at the time she was about 100 and something. So he's talking like well past 80, 90 years, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. At that time. And so and this was in Pulaski, Tennessee. So when I hear that people saying and now her daughter worked on a plantation. She worked on a plantation, but she never once said that she was a slave. She said she worked on a plantation. So you know, some of these stories that they have written down and they putting out on us to us are bullshit. Like, because when you talk to the people that was around or people that had access to people that was around that time, their story is completely different.
Well, the thing is, man, that we were, when a lot of shit was going down, you had people constantly moving around. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's
From
why it's
place to
good to talk
place.
to the elders, man. Because
Right. But let
if
me
you
let
don't,
me let me finish
yeah, I'm
though, bro.
sorry.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so the so a lot of times, a lot of family members or whatever, they'd be like, "Oh, we need to move." So they'd go somewhere where they have family at or friends of family. You know what I'm saying? And they'd go and work for them. For food and shelter. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And they're not getting physical money. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at things from an accounting point of view too. So if you were a plantation owner or whatever, they got certain things that they use for accounting, certain language they use for accounting. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at things like that too. And a lot of times, people be like, "What's the difference between working for food and shelter? Is that any different from being a slave?"
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They
Right.
weren't. It was, and it's not never, free labor. You know what I'm saying? What happened was people were getting in labor disputes and they was handling it way different. They weren't
Absolutely.
being, up to date with the way they handled disputes and shit. Sometimes you had to take 10 paces and shoot at each other to handle a dispute. People forget about that shit. You remember that? The 10
Yeah.
paces. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Turn
Yeah.
around and
Yeah.
shoot each other. That's how they used to handle disputes. So it was all types of crazy ass ways they was handling disputes. You know what I'm saying? So it,
Yeah.
it
I know
shouldn't be. Yeah.
I had an uncle that he was a super of this apartment building, right? It was like maybe 20 apartments in the building, and he lived rent free. You know what I'm saying? He didn't for the work he got finances, but his apartment was free for it. So there was an exchange of services. For me to maintain your building, you allow me to stay in this apartment for free.
They do this to this very day, bro.
Right. Right.
To this very day, they do that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah,
So
because I know a lady in Kentucky. She's a pale face, but she runs the complex, and they let her live there for free.
yeah, man,
So,
it's all
so
types
yeah.
of arrangements and business arrangements that people make, man. And if you ever watch any damn Western in your life, every last one of them had that same scenario where people would come into town looking for work, and one of the first places they go is on somebody's goddamn farm. Somebody ranch, somebody farm, somebody plantation, depends on where it is. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, people always been doing that, man. And I think, but it doesn't necessarily reflect that way on accounting. Like when you look at the paperwork, it may not reflect that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna look different because it's for different purpose. It's for a different purpose, so it may not tell that same story because they use it for accounting purposes. The same way they be doing, they got accounting tricks now. Shit ain't no different. Most of these multinational corporations are using straight accounting tricks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I know
So I
it's a
mean, it's
shame
yeah.
that. No, go ahead. Go in, bro.
Now go ahead, bro. You go ahead on that.
I was just saying. I know it's a shame that we, like I said earlier, we suffer from the lack of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like
Well,
all the information the brothers is dropping.
Yo,
What's up, Natty?
yeah, we have all the knowledge. So, hey, how you brethren spitting all that game right now?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that we don't have it now. I said we suffer from the lack of it, or the lack of it being spread it around.
The lack of exercise in it. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. That's a perfect way of saying it.
So when we gonna pull together and come up out of this mind state we are?
Shit, I don't know, but that's why I sent you an email.
Yeah, so we have to deal with these people like when we know how to make like, but we gotta deal with them like. But we know how to make like.
Right.
That's a fact, Naughty. That's a fact, man. You know what? The thing is that it's gonna just take people one at a time, two at a time, three at a time, bro, until we get to where we need to go, man.
But that's what I always say. Each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? So if I get it from Natty give it to me, and I give it to somebody else, and that somebody I give it to somebody else, then it furthers the cause.
Okay, so what I tell you, so I can talk all day to you. I can give you $10 billion worth of knowledge, right? You don't make a change. Ain't no change to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. That's a fact.
So what we have to do is come up out of that mind state that we are dependent on this environment of falsehood. We got to be willing to come up out of that. We got to be willing to come up out of we comfort zone. You know what I mean? We have to be willing to come together and start from the ground up.
Right.
That's a fact.
Right.
All right, so this is our land, right?
Yes.
So when we speak, it manifests, right?
Yes.
I mean, just go back when you were younger. Like when I was younger, I used to say, I see Run DMC with a Suburban, right? And I say, you know what? Give me a Suburban. I spoke that out.
You speak it into existence.
It took me 40 years to get a Suburban, but it wasn't where I was looking to buy one or go every day to go work to, that it was on my mind. I spoke it 40 years ago, and 40 years it come in. Just so happened, a brand new Suburban, but it was a Suburban, right? So the earth is ours, right? So you don't know the earth ain't gonna allow we to starve. The earth ain't gonna allow we to die. If we got enough to get up and follow the signs of the earth of life, which it gives we the signs, it gives we the direction, we can move and survive. So why we don't let go of these people thing, no matter let go and move like we belong moving? When we gonna make this real change? When we gonna stop talking and really, you know what I mean? Really show we worth. Really show what we bought.
I know it ain't happening as fast that, but it's happening now because, like I said, you know, you show me, I show somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And this is how
even,
it's.
even if I show you them things, Virgil, the whole focus is to let go the Levi, to let go the Jordash, to let go the what style is it?
We let go to Jordan 30 years ago.
Yeah, me personally, I never was on them.
I'm just messing with you, Nadi. Go ahead.
Yeah, it jumped in my head, right? But let go of these, we have to let go of these things because at the same time now, these things is what bound we to them systems. So when them see we walking down the road, the assumption, a presumption, we giving we serve. Because we wearing Levi, we wearing Nike. All these things is on a shelf of commerce. And when them see it, they control it. They know they have the right to govern it. It's trademarked under Nike, Jordan. It's their shit. It's trademarked through commerce. So the police is the overseers of property. So when you have on a Fruit of Balloon T-shirt, white tee, the Gucci, understand that the subliminal behind them promoting this thing to you and bringing it. Oh, Gucci got the black face. We ain't gonna wear it. Oh, I'm gonna wear it. Oh, we ain't gonna. Oh, I would. It's keeping you involved inside of their system. So when they see you have it done, you are a walking advertisement of presumption of the citizen.
That's a fact.
So they got the right to run you down and shot you because you don't have that sight. You don't have that sight. And I fall victim to it too because I move around in Babylon and when you have Rome, move of the Romans. But we can come up out of it. I don't want to come up out of it by myself and be looking like a crazy man walking around. You know what I mean? Everyone, yeah. Let we move as a oneness, as a bomb. Yo, this is how this thing and watch the earth going falling in accordance and start knocking down them buildings and throwing down them airplanes when they fly on them sky. Watch the earth just start to terraform for we. Because we back in nature.
Right.
Nature power with nature. Truth of power, right. When you see truth, you see right. When you see right, you see truth. That's what nature is, right? When you see smoke, you see fire. When you see smoke, it's some fire. When you see fire, it's some smoke. That's the unnatural thing.
No, I get it.
So
You're right.
we have to come up out of that fire, man, and throw fire. We got to be able to throw fire. We gotta stop being burned by them fire and just like become a elevation of water of what's that? H2O.
Yeah,
Right.
H2O.
What we have 70% of already. So we need to be them airbender to control this thing and not get burned by the fire, but let the fire purify we. You understand? And we move in accordance where we go now. No fire can burn we because we have righteousness. We moving in, we walking in righteousness. We're not perfect, but we walking in that righteous side. You understand?
Right, you striving for the perfection.
Right, we walking in perfection. So the more we study, the more your sharpness come on that subject, or your sharpness come in multi subject. You know what I'm saying? So if we steady put ourselves in the righteous way of upright, we're gonna ascend. So, and it's not hard to do. Watch it. So the scriptures, and I know everyone. Oh, me ain't talking about no church or religion. I just want you to see what the scriptures telling we know. So the scriptures come say, let me make sure I got the text on. All right. So the scriptures come say, Christ have moved to and fro from different worlds and transcending, and you do the same thing. You just ain't understanding. You ain't catching on to it. So when you're sleeping, you're moving around, you know. This body right here is taking a rest. So you're moving around in a next dimension. You're not even knowing it. Sometimes you know it, sometimes you don't. Right? So when you're moving around in these other dimensions, you're transcending. You're just not in overs and you don't have the fullness of that control. But when you start to walk in an upright way and start to carry yourself in tune with the earth, that the trees love the air. The trees love the bird. Even though the bird come peck the tree and boom, 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 make a hole in it to live in it, or might shit on a tree or build a nest on a tree. The tree love the bird. It ain't fighting off the bird. The tree love the worm. The tree love the air, the rain, the sun. The tree ain't no hatred. The tree love you when you come climb it. The tree don't love you when you even cut it so you can go and make your table from it. To sit on, and a chair to sit on for 20, 40, 50 years. So we got to come into this site like we ancestors back in them days, the Mayan, them, we are them. We are them. We are repeat of them. So we don't have to look to them. Look to yourself. Man, we don't have that far to go, and we don't have that much time. Believe it. If you just watch and see right now, 20, 30 years ago when we parents in our position, they wasn't on no shit like what we on today. None of them. So they ain't showing you that time coming in short. Something for the change, some reset for the go on, something to the happen, you know. So you want to be prepared, or you want to be loafing and sell out like a mole on a piece of bread?
That's a fact, Nani. Something definitely coming.
It's already here. Corona done changed everything. Well, you can't even go to Walmart at 12 o'clock at night when you have to go and get some dependence for your grandmother to throw on she backside. You can't even go Walmart. Everything shut down.
You heard of now you know every time a reset happens, there's like a false flag, right? A false flag event, normally ushering a reset. And this corona is definitely one of those. Not now, see, when I say this, don't get me wrong, it's not to say that the disease do not exist. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that man spreaded this disease. This is not a natural occurrence. This is an orchestrated occurrence. This is what I mean by it. So I don't want people getting confused and shit. Because even when I say artificial doesn't mean it's not real. You know what I'm saying? We living in an artificial society. Doesn't mean that it's not real, but it's artificial. It's not natural.
Yeah, that's the right word. It's not natural. It doesn't mean that you're right. It doesn't mean that it's not real, but it's not natural.
Right. Right. So, but yeah, man, definitely. There's always a precursor, and this COVID definitely was a big one. This was a big one. You know what I'm saying? Something like this have never even. The last time they had an epidemic or pandemic like this with this type of effect, 19 early, and it wasn't even as bad as this
1920.
one.
1920.
It
Right.
was
But this one is
1920.
still worse because this is psychological as well. You know what I'm saying? So
And
now
they
you're
got
dealing with
pictures of people walking around with masks on at that time.
and what Biden talking about? He's talking about making everybody wear that shit from now on. You know what I'm saying? And,
Oh,
and
Man,
what do you mean? It's mandatory. I think it's a college in California there that is mandatory for you to take the vaccine before you come on them campus.
well, I'll be leaving that motherfucker.
Nah,
that's what I tell
it's a
everybody.
sure sign. It's just a sure sign. Okay, so remember now, by October 3rd, everyone's supposed to have their new ID. Remember this now. This year, by October 3rd, or you won't be able to access court offices, government.
Right. You talking about the real ID, right?
Right.
I got you.
This was by October 3rd. Now, from this point forward, it can go into act. Period, because it's already in law, right? For citizens. So now, not only that, they have the COVID vibe riding side by side horizontal to it. You know?
Yeah.
So check it. So now they saying, yo, you're gonna have to get this as well as the new ID. So it's an identification. It's a new citizen thing. So if you either gonna the world changed back in 2014. The laws and the legal thing. Everything they're doing right now to me is illegal. Police is illegal. All of these it's only supposed to be sheriffs and rangers, right? That's all it's supposed to be from 2014 to this point. But they still doing some fake ass illegal shit. So they could make it mandatory where you gotta have to either join their system to be a citizen or you're not. And that's what this whole COVID thing is about.
Yeah.
Trying
But
to
also
replay.
peep the game though. You heard what Trump said, who was going to be administering the vaccines?
All that.
Who?
The military.
Oh yeah.
So now that's another element in the game. You know what I'm
Martial
saying?
law.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's another element. So I mean, it's just straight.
He's saying, whoa, I missed that. Whoa, don't you going over that too fast. Let's revisit that.
Yeah, he said that in the debate.
Okay, I didn't catch that. I didn't see because I didn't watch the whole. Only seen with bits and pieces of what Chief had showed. But okay, so you said from his administration, or he's saying from a Joe Biden administration?
Nah, Trump said it out his mouth that the new
Okay, could you?
vaccines are going to be administered from the military. So
Wow.
pin that move.
Wow.
And it has identification chips in it where they
Wow.
say the reason it has ID chips in it, monitoring chips, so they can tell when you got your first, second, and third shot, where you get it from, and who give it to you. So it eliminate imitation shot.
Okay, so if you're standing in your proper person, how does that vaccine affect you? A person standing in a proper person.
Oh, well, I tell you again, you got to get in business because you're gonna want to be able to deal with the public, but you don't want to deal with the public not in a business format. So you either in business or you a consumer. It's either or.
Okay, but can they say, okay, because you are a business, in order for you to do business with any of our consumers,
Right.
you have
Right.
you have to get vaccinated.
Well, go and vaccinate the business then. Whenever you find that, well, where's the business at? P.O. Box 319 2025.
No,
Go in the
Nadia, I get it. I get it. I'm just playing the devil advocate right now. That's what I'm
Right,
really
right.
doing.
I just
Yeah,
showing you
yeah,
at the
yeah.
same time. You gotta
Right.
be quick on it. So if you understand, you can't be loafing, you can't be thinking and stuttering and no fuck. You gotta come fast. Bam! Hit them hit them where it hurts. They ain't expecting where your response so brisk and quick. Okay, so I get one time police come to me and say, "Yo, what's your name?" I said, "Whatever you want to name it." He said, "Huh?" He said, "No, what's your name?" I said, "Whatever you want to name me." He said, "What can I call you?" I said, "You call me brother." He said, "Brother?" He watched me. He said, "Well, where you live?" I said, "Within the confines of my body." He said, "Hey, boys, we got us a small one over here. We got to leave this one alone. We can't fuck with this one. Quick." The guy was bamming his ass, and he ain't have no response because his tactics is being taught to him to being repetitive. He don't have no brain thought outside of his.
Right. He couldn't think outside of that box, right?
Right. So when he come around me, see, he's a jack of all trade, a master of none. When you master something, you just a master in that alone. So when you a jack of all trade, can no thief come thief your head. You know what I say? So when the man come telling me poop, 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 I bust him down, and he have no response. His booklet didn't tell him
Cover
that.
Didn't give him no response to that, right?
Right. So
Yeah, that's what we call a glitch in their
Yeah,
programming.
yeah. His book don't teach him how to deal with a free thinker. Huh?
Right, exactly. So now the matrix is all discombobulated when it comes to the private person, the natural person, and the natural being. You know what I mean?
We said computer said don't compute, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get that.
But it's all so simple, man. I was showing the people the other day the newspaper. The newspaper is just a claim announcement, a claim announcement. Everything in the
Advertisement.
no, they thief your head. That's a thief. That's a throwaway word. That's a new word that just come along. Understand what I'm showing you? That's a new word that just come along, like when you car idle.
Stole.
Idle. No, idle. Okay, so that's a new word too. All right, so check it. I'm gonna give you a piece. So
I'm listening.
I'm gonna go back to the newspaper in a minute, but let me just walk with me a minute. So idle in the scripture, it tells you an idle mind is the devil workshop, right?
Yes.
But today's time, they give you the sight of the word idol as like a car just sitting still and not doing nothing. So now you correlate in your brain as in that's what the scriptures is telling you. Idle mind is the devil workshop, right?
Mm.
Right?
Right.
But the car just come along. So how can the motor been idling from 3,000 years ago with that same word? No. All right. So let me show you how they throw you. Idol has always and always will be the original state of idol, or worshiping or a sight of something. So now idle mind is the devil's workshop. Okay, so if you get up and go to work, you go to your son's football game, your daughter's soccer game, all these different idols thrown at you to have the devil's workshop from pulling you out of the natural state.
Mm.
But they throw your mind away from that real sight because they want you to just say, "Oh, I don't mind just sitting there." Boop, boop, boop. No, man. If I sit there, I don't really hear the birds. I don't hear the bees go by. I don't notice them when them drop off in a flower and when them suck up pollen and go and turn it into honey. And I examine it. You understand what I observe it when I
Right.
just and
So you're not really idle at that moment.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're not no devil working on your brain.
But then there's different meanings to that word too, right? So because you have idols such as those that you worship, right?
Virgin. Different
Yes,
meaning is that American or English, that English thievery, that spell sound, that spell cast.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you don't when you go into etymology, the original, when that word come out, how that word was being meant, that's where it is from that point straight on. Don't come telling me the sun.
It changed.
Yes, it give me 3, 4, 5 different names of the sun. No, man. Different meaning of the sun. No, I want give me one sight of that.
Yeah, because they have it as, like you said, as idol could even be something that's staying still or not, like you said, and then you have the idol that you can worship. So which one is it?
Let me teeth your head one time. I'll show them how you teeth your head. Yo, you going on a stream? You going on a stream today? You streaming today? You going on a stream tomorrow? Yeah, man, I might jump up on the internet and do a show. Boom, 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 boom. Nah, brother, I talking about the river stream.
The river stream, right.
So when this word change around, when the internet come on, so no, it's an identity to the internet. No. You teeth in my head, brother. Yeah,
right.
I think, nah. So now let me go back to the newspaper. So when you born and when you pass, they put a notification in or announcement. They say announcement, right, in the paper.
Right.
This is a claim announcement. If you look on the front newspaper and it says, Mr. Brooklyn and Natty had robbed First National Bank, right? And Delaware and Newcastle, Delaware, right?
Right.
We don't know nothing about that. We get picked up 3 days later in Reno. We looking like, huh? Yeah, man. The man put a claim and said you ain't step up to the claim. But if we step up to, if we come and say, "Yo, we went and no robbing, no bank, the man, we tickets. We was at the the Derby thing in Reno. What are you talking about? Now they got to go and retract that claim. So when you bond, they put your name in the newspaper as an announcement. Or when you die, they put you in the newspaper as an announcement, and no one ever steps up to the claim. So the claim goes back to the state as a ward. Because it's a public announcement or a claim to the public for all to see. This is what you do with your declarations. This is what you do with your
And I was going to say, so that's why they say when you do your declaration and you send all your information, they say one of the good things to do is to place an ad in the newspaper, letting everybody know that you have
a claim, not an ad, a claim. You stating a claim.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Thank you for right. You
So
stating the claim that that you are rescinding or whatever the situation might be, right?
That way it make it law. If no one ever step up to that claim or that claim was going through that process for them 30 days or them 4 weeks on that paper, and no one step up to that claim within after them 30 days, that fuck is law. Stone. No one can contest that. So the police himself can't come doing nothing to you because it's law. No, this again where I was showing the brethren. Bam. Before I even go to court to any of that fuck, I put in all my paperwork, my scheduler fee. My scheduler fee is lying, though. This is my contract. When you want to do a journal with me, do any kind of business with me, you got to pay me. So if you want me in your courtroom, I'm gonna come before court and put my shit in the court record and pertaining to this case, with all to do with my account. And when that judge go and see that fuck gallery up and throw that fuck out of court, he'll send you a letter and say, "Nah, man, never mind, brother. We made a mistake. We thought you were someone else. We thought you were someone else. We made a mistake." Because the man, so bam, yeah. While I in court, oh, you ain't gonna send the paper and tell me, okay, I'm in court now, right? For this account. So every minute from 9 o'clock, and I pray you don't come see me till like 4 or 5 o'clock. As soon as you call me, I gotta send this bill right up to you. I write it in hand in writing, right? And this is a receipt. I ain't gonna put a business card with it, maybe a little paper clip to show that I was in business with my name, boom, 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 and write not a receipt, but a notice, right? Or a
bill, right?
Yeah, a bill, or a lien, or whatever you want.
Okay, so you give him a bill of lading, Natty?
Man, I get a judge a bill for the services up to this point. Wow. No, it's already itemized. I'm itemized now for me to open my mouth. Each fucking word I say out my mouth in representing of this company, you got to pay the fucking bill.
But that you know what? I'm laughing and I'm making, fun of, but it makes a lot of sense.
That man ain't gonna never want you to come to court.
Because that's
what? Yeah.
In all reality, in all actuality, that's the way you should be operating.
Like a business.
Because that's the way they move towards you. So, and it's like what the brother Hollywood was saying earlier. So that if that's the way they move towards you, then why not? Why shouldn't you be able to do the same to them? Exactly. Right.
So everything is in commerce. Everything has a price to it, in which they're in charge of commerce. Okay. So take yourself out of commerce, make yourself into a business what you created. You're the creator of that. You created yourself. You invested in that business from the day of its birth to the day. No, you invested into that well-being, the roof being covered, the door being fixed, the window, your eyes are the windows, your haircut is the roof, or your hairdo is the roof. You understand? Or your arms is the doors, and you understand? You invested everything in it. And who has a right to come put a claim on? Show me something. That's why you go and when you put everything in a trust, you go and put a claim on it for like $300 trillion. Put a claim on yourself for $300 trillion. So because you having the most debt of that business, of that entity, you get paid first. So if say Lord forbid, I go and have to gun someone down, bam, 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 and they award the state, the war try to come after me, boom, 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 bam, bam. Right? I'm covered already with my bond, first of all. But if the state said, well, yo, you owe us $300,000 for this, buddy, and your bond only come up to 290. Right? You owe me $10,000. I turn around and show them that same judge. I gotta go in that judge and put a hold on that property or anything they're dealing with that property, because I got a $300 trillion lien on it. And anyone get any kind of pay from this business is me. I get it first because I got the most. So the business come to me and I liquidate it. And if anything left out of my 300,000, then it goes to the person that's owed 10,000. Whatever's left, if there's $1 left, they only get $1, and that account is bankrupt. That account is gone, closed. Go ahead and open up a next entity. Open up another account.
Right. But let me ask you this, Natty. Say I'm operating as a business. I'm moving in my proper person, right?
Right.
And I wanted to drive tractor trailer as a business. How would I be able to establish that as far as their licensing and things of that nature is concerned?
Incorporate yourself.
Right.
Go and get a driver's license. Now you're licensed. Go and get yourself bonded, your business bonded. Now you're licensed and bonded. Put that on make some cards and put your license number and your bond number on your cards. Now you licensed and bonded. So if an officer pull you over, you hand them that fucking card.
Right.
You can put your driver's license number on that card too. Bam, bam, bam. You doing?
I was really concerned about the driver's license and
the license number is gonna be the license and bond. So you're gonna put the license number on that card. Now when you hand them that card, you're doing business. You showing them Ms. Joyner in business. Now what you want to do now? Oh well, I want to drive. Okay, well I am in commerce. Well here you go. Because I'm moving in commerce.
Right.
Yeah, I'm making money on the road, on the byway and highway.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Incorporate the name, bro. Incorporate the name. Go and get your status. Make your declaration, state who you are, and then go get incorporated. That way you can still fucking live on this earth without any problem. I need a gas up, so I'm gonna leave the car fun idle. But let me gas up right fast.
Right. Leave it, son. You still there?
Yo, I'm still here, bro.
Okay. Yeah, Naughty be
Yeah.
dropping it though, man.
Oh
But
yeah, man.
I I don't always be able to enunciate myself the way I would like, but I have a trillion questions going through my mind. You know what I'm saying? And and I love being able to pose questions to brothers because you never know what one of somebody out in the chat might be thinking along those same lines and need that information. And you know, so that's why I ask a lot of questions. You know, sometimes I ask questions and already know the answers, but I ask them just because you never know who's listening and what they might need. You know, so that's one of them one. Nah, I'm just it's one of the reasons why
Nah,
I
I was
even get on
laughing
the
at
panel.
Chief. I'm laughing at Chief. He said, "Y'all ain't tired yet."
Oh, shit,
Come
it's
on
3 o'clock
back.
in there.
Come on back on the panel, Chief. Nah, that's real facts, man. But you notice that nobody minds um answering the questions though. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
that's why I love it too, because you
yeah,
know
yeah.
you get authentic uh responses from people.
Right. And if you don't know, it's easy to say, you know what, bro, I don't even know that. You know what I'm saying? That's out of my scope. You know what I
Right.
mean? And but that's what it, really has to boil down to, man. But yeah, man, all those questions that you ask, man, are important to not only you, but like you say, to someone else that may be listening and have the same question. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I mean, it's always good to do that. Always ask questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my mom used to say the only dumb question is the one you don't ask.
That's a fact.
And she used to tell you that shit all the time.
That's a fact. And it ain't no guarantee you're gonna get an answer. You know what I'm saying? But at least you allow the opportunity to get the answer. You
They
know what I'm
try to
saying?
obtain the information, right? Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's what it's about, man. Real shit. You know what I mean?
Because
So
that's what it's all about is being able to get good information.
yeah.
I I I I, I remember some sisters I was in a hair salon with my significant other back in the day, right? And with my old lady, you dig? And she was getting her hair done or whatever, and they were talking, and the sister was saying, you know what? I really can't get along with other women because it seems like every time they have information or they know something, they keep it to themselves. You know, like they scared to share the information with other people. You know, and that's why I really don't deal with other women like that. You know, and I when I heard them saying that at that time, I thought to myself, I said, you know what? It's not just a woman thing. That's a people thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems as though whenever someone does have good information, they are afraid to share. Well, I ain't gonna say afraid, but they for some reason don't like to share it or won't share it. I give an example. This one lady had information about what do you call those about getting money for a house, right? It was a first homeowners thing, right? And
Right.
she had acquired a house through this first homeowners uh, thing she went through, right?
Program. Yeah.
Yeah, and instead of her, sharing the information with other people, to try to help her people, come up, she she was hoarding the information, and because I know several people actually asked her how did she, and it took her daughter to say, yo, she did wop, wop, wop. And that's how she got this. And, you know, and then it was like, well, why did the sister not want to share that information with other sisters to try to help them get where she's at?
Well, let me just say this, right? You
Go
know,
in, bro.
thing is that sometimes, people have their own reasons for doing whatever they do, right? They
Right?
see
That's a
they
fact.
see a reason behind it, and I definitely wouldn't try to speculate on what her reasons are. You know what I'm saying? Only she can probably answer that question, and that would ultimately depend on what her mind state is. You know what I'm saying? You got people that are in the matrix, and they can have um, they're gonna have certain types of mind states within the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm,
their outlook on life is totally different. You know what I'm saying? You never
absolutely.
know. So you just never know. Anything can happen in the matrix. Anything. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
so true, brother Lever. So that's so true, bro. You are so right
So
about that. I just think that it's a shame that, when you have valuable information like that, that you hoard it or you keep it to yourself for whatever the purpose is. Uh, just because you might not like somebody or whatever. I don't know. Like you said, it's hard to speculate. And I agree with that 100%. But, that's why, and I'm saying all of that to say this. That's why I salute so many brothers that I come in and the sisters that I come into dealing with on these platforms because the majority has no fear or has no problem with sharing information and trying to spread the real, and that's what's up. You know, I told you
yeah.
when I first met you, I told you I said, man, Liz, I heard you speak a few times, man. You have encouraged me on times that you would never even know. At times, you have no idea that you was encouraging me at that moment by something that you were speaking of. You didn't even know who I was. You know what I'm saying? But the information that you was putting out at that moment was encouraging me, and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
You know,
I appreciate that, bro.
yeah,
You know what
nah,
I'm
that's
saying?
that's just
But
real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's my only hope. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my only purpose. You know what I mean? Like
that's what I be telling my
I,
sons. I
I
said, what good are
yeah,
we if we can't help somebody else?
yeah, yeah. And to me, it's like I don't never consider myself a teacher or a scholar or none of that shit, bro. I'm
Right,
just
right,
here to
right.
support the effort. You know what I'm saying? Support the community
Absolutely.
any way possible. You know what I'm saying? And if I can, give some words of encouragement, you know what I'm saying? Um, then that's what it is. You know what I mean? Um, I
Absolutely.
I I definitely don't believe in um trying to uh hoard or block. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a lot of different
Yeah.
variations, you know what I'm saying, that people do and shit, as far as trying to discredit people, or block information. You know what I'm saying? It's
Or to
always
keep
like
somebody from their growth and develop
right, right,
stagnated. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah.
Because you're gonna put it all based on what you think their growth and development should be. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And that's terrible. Right. That's
Yeah, and
terrible.
that happens a lot. That happens a lot. You got people that just want to block other people from growing. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying?
call them
In a
haters, right?
direction, right? And then,
Yeah, we call
well,
them haters.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call them that. It's just that sometimes people they get a little carried away. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just say that they get carried away with the information because information does change a person. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
In a lot of ways, but some things, it doesn't change. You know what I'm saying? Um, and people be kind of
That's
stuck in
true
those
too.
ways. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Their personal ways in which they, are in a habit of doing, and they never let that habit go. They
Yeah, because you could
they
be a knowledgeable person and still be an asshole.
Right, yeah, that's a fact. But it's just that you were born into the matrix, so it's going to be certain characteristics that you might not be aware that you be um projecting on people. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, 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 yeah.
And they just they don't see anything wrong with it because they never recognized it. You know what I'm saying? So you know sometimes people just got to say, look, we can disagree, and I mean we disagree on a lot of shit. Like we be
Right, I
disagreeing
don't
on
agree
some
with
shit. You know
everybody.
what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So,
absolutely.
but I'm not gonna sit there and try to block you. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not gonna keep on going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Um, because the thing is, you know, information is not necessarily reflective of a mindset. You know what I'm saying? Because you can have
Mm.
all the information in the world and don't do you a bit of damn good because you interpreting it wrong. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, people can read but not know how to read. You know what I'm saying? It's a
So
lot
you
of
saying they
different
can read
things.
but not comprehend?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be certain things. I mean, it's like you not only have to comprehend the words being used, you have to apply a lot of different things to it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you have to look at what were the intentions of the person saying those words at that particular time. Like it's a lot of different variables. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times people take shit and they throw it back in time that it didn't exist. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like,
Mm-hmm.
stop trying to make an argument about some shit that didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? At a particular time. So, it's a lot of different shit, man. It's a lot of different
But that's why a
variables.
lot of people say, don't take me out of the what do you say? Don't take me out of the text that I what
The context.
right right. You know what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
because a lot of people do that. You know what I'm saying? They'll take one part. They'll only hear what it seems as though they only hear what they want to hear,
Yeah.
or what has resonated within them. But
Right. It
instead of
falls
looking at
under
the whole story,
it
you say,
falls
bro,
under some shit that I always tell people, stop making assumptions.
assuming, right?
You
Wow,
know what I'm saying?
wow.
Because that's
Because I say the same thing. I say if you don't understand what I'm saying, or if you're not sure of what it is that I'm saying, ask me, because I will be able to tell you exactly what it is that I'm saying. You know, and that's I'm that way with people. Like, if I don't understand something that you're saying, I have absolutely no problem with saying, "Hey, bro, can you slow that down for a minute and repeat that to me, or can you rephrase that?" You know what I'm saying? Can you say that in another way?
yeah.
Because
So,
yeah,
well, the thing is too that people have to remember that everybody is not compatible. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
as far as communication is concerned, it's like everybody is not compatible. I don't care what nobody say, man. There's some people you're not going to understand because y'all on two different your mind states are in two different states, and sometimes it's not receptive to certain other mindsets. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So that happens a lot too, but we just try to bridge the gap as much as possible, but there are going to be times where you can't bridge that gap.
It's a brother that I like hearing him speak, and it's not so much that he's isn't it, I think his name is Eric Dyson. Eric
Oh, yeah, I know you're
Eric
talking about.
I like the way because he can speak in various ways. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
he could talk on a higher level and he could talk on a lower level, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
he's able to reach people where they are, and
Right.
I dig that about him. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
The only
not to
only
cut.
problem okay, go ahead, Nadi.
Yeah, not to cut the virgin, but I agree with him on that. How do you guys feel about Dr. Clyde Anderson um interview with the Breakfast Club the other day
I
when he
didn't
was
see he had an interview with the breakfast. I didn't catch it.
but you know Dr. Clyde Anderson been
Yeah, I
talking
know who
about
he
this.
is. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
been on this shit. He been on this, and
My
now it's
only
being prevalent in the community. And
yeah, my
it's like what Chief be saying. Holly, it's so much, and big up to Chief because I be hearing people say, oh, you old and oh, this and this and that and that. But Chief started the whole thing. Chief started this whole site, right?
right.
So now it's they want to kick the man down and don't want to get him on his props where in due diligence of respect. And that ain't clear to me. So Dr. Clyde Anderson too. He started this thing, but everybody focusing on High School, but they ain't trying to check Dr. Clyde Anderson who started this thing. Not even
Right.
Trump, not even Trump himself. So no, because Dr. Clyde mean business. So
right.
no, we can actually see that this is a game that them are playing, and it's all lies, and it's something just to try thief we had again. So yeah,
And he has dealt with these pale faces in different administrations.
Right.
the man,
See,
they know,
the only problem with Dr. Clyde Anderson is he too blickety black. You know what I'm
mhm.
saying? And
Yeah,
that's and
yeah,
it's, he
yeah,
keep putting his
yeah.
foot in his mouth, man. I mean, if you keep if every three words you say is black,
But he ain't
And you
wrong.
know he's gotta know.
But that's all. You got to remember that them man come up in the civil rights era.
I
Yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
had to identify with something besides Negro. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And they
Absolutely.
didn't.
but the thing is, if you talk to any of your old relatives, right, your elders, right, they
Right.
will not be talking to you and say black 300 million times. I guarantee you. You
You
know what I'm
gotta, you
saying?
gotta, you gotta put it in perspective, though, bro. Um,
No, I got him. I mean, like I
yeah,
say,
yeah,
he's a
you know,
brilliant
right?
economist,
Because
bro.
the area he was um endowed in or buried in for his occupation. So he was
Right.
fully in a representation of his people, and the only way that he can identify his people to the pale face was by that black site because that's all they was on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he was trying to open the doors, but by the only way he possibly could.
You
And it
right,
just
right,
stuck
yeah.
with him. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. You know what I'm saying? Especially in his time, his ancestors was more afraid to call each other Indian because of that hush hush mouth talk still. Indians getting
Yeah, I was
scalped.
talking about that the other day. Natty, it might have been me and you talking about it. Yeah, because my grandmother and my uncle went through the same thing. Yeah,
One
Yeah,
thing,
that
one
hush
one
hush
thing,
shit.
yeah. But check this out though. One thing though, you gotta really notice though, when you see people using certain terms constantly over and over and over and over again, there's a method to that. You know what I'm saying? And people just like we get on a certain group of people all the time about keep on saying that word. You know what I'm saying? Because you're sounding like a damn cult member at that point. And it gets to be a just like I say, people use color as a religion. And when you start that blickety black, all that shit all the time, you're dealing with believers. You understand? So it becomes a religion, it becomes a cult.
Yeah, but
And that
yeah,
shit
I'm
we
is
got
sorry.
yeah. You know what
No,
I'm
no, go
saying? You
ahead.
can only go so far with that. That's all.
we gotta understand that we bigger. We are intelligent. We know the difference between it, right? So we got to also put ourselves in the position we are in, which is in a high position. So when you're in a high position, you have to think and move as a high man. So now, by me saying that, we have to look at it as the black thing is the investment in their system. Okay, the black glove at the Olympics, the black fist at the Olympics. You understand? It was their Olympics. It was not identification of
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah.
right. This was something that they was trying to embed themselves in the system, and it was an identification with their site. So you can't really criticize.
That was one of their ways of trying to self-identify.
Right.
Yeah, but the only problem is that, like I said before,
It was a false flag.
They no, what I'm saying, no, what I said before is they have definitions. You know what I'm saying? So when you fall under certain definitions, when they create a definition for it, then that's how they move. I'm trying to tell you. So when you call yourself, when you keep on calling yourself something, they have a definition. Because if they didn't have a definition, they couldn't move on it. They have to be able to define it. And they also not only they defined it, they then now that's part of, okay, you're part of the black and African American. I got you. I know. But what I'm saying is that it'd be two different things.
If you're gonna play it, if you're gonna play in this role, you have to identify as this individual under this circumstance, because there's no other identity for that role. So when that man was born, even up to my point of view, my paper is something different. But when most individuals born, it's understood identified in the system as a black throughout kindergarten, throughout college, throughout every avenue. They're working that name in that system. And that's the identity of them in that system. So the only other way out of that identity is to be in a different status, which if you're not in a different status, you're gonna be black. You can't fight that. You're gonna be an African American.
That's my
because you're
point.
in that status.
Yep, that's
You're
my
in
point,
that
though,
status.
man.
And that's who he promoting it for. That's who Ice Cube promoting for. That's who we can't really hate on what they're saying, because they're really trying to work for their people in that avenue.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
I know, yeah.
We know it better, so we're not gonna fall for the trickery, right? But for the ones that's in that avenue, it might benefit them in a prominent way.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, because the thing is, it's not that we, me personally, I don't have anything against either one of those brothers. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like I can see it doing a lot of different things, because there are consequences that's going to happen no matter what. You know what I'm saying? But the only thing is that no matter how they come at it, when it comes to legislation, it's going to be sidestepped like they always do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I like your plan, but I want you to help us make a plan. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't want to use that anyway, because they don't want to expose that shit. They do not want to expose that, even though they got it as big as day on a government website that is a social political construct that people ignore on a daily basis. They still don't want to expose it, because it's still part of the socialization of America or the United States. You know what I'm saying? They have to keep up socialization, the order, the social order. That's what they always trying to keep intact. And then sometimes they'll throw salt in the game and start what they call start talking about race wars and having people fighting each other and all that shit over colors and races. And they'll throw that salt in the game, and then they come in and say, okay, we're gonna referee, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna make some changes and all that kind of shit. But then they're gonna turn around and reword the shit, whereas it encompasses everybody else but you. I am curious to see what the hell they're gonna say about Black Americans. I am curious to see that legislation put down.
What'd you say, bro? I had stepped away for a second. What'd you say, Lee? You was curious about what?
I want to see how they're going to end up talking about, putting legislation in about Black people. I want to see this. I want to see how it's going to go down.
It's gonna make it hard for anyone to get it.
But them to speak specifically about us?
You can't. You listen, bro. They telling you that this is an artificial construct. Now, if they're gonna legislate color, that'll be something interesting to see.
But I don't see how.
Are they gonna legislate color?
No, I doubt it.
Because that's what I'm saying. It's gonna expose everything. So it's people don't understand how delicate this situation is for the government. It's a very delicate situation. The only thing they can do is push everybody's plans to the side and make their own and reword it in their own way.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I can see happening.
That's what Trump do already.
Yeah, and I think that
they'll
it's
let you
delicate
say blickety
because
black
of
all day long.
Because how harmful it could be proven to be.
And,
you know
and
what I'm saying?
not in a legal sense, but in a socialization sense, right?
Right.
That social political sense, it will be vulnerable because this is how they really operate. They operate off an illusion to get people to cooperate and to blindly give their sell their soul pretty much. It ain't no different.
I mean, it's the key to their whole thing. They propaganda.
Perception.
Perception. Right. Another perception. Another one. Perfect.
Yeah.
So
it's
both. Like actually, it's both. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And it's gonna be curious to see. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you're gonna tell me that that someone of some made up sexual value, right? That if you say something against them, then you are committing a hate crime against something that don't exist. This is very interesting to me.
Repeat that, brother. Repeat that, brother. Repeat that, brother. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
I'm just saying, man.
No, say it again. Please. Somebody might not have caught that. Say that again.
Man, it's the same thing, man. It's like I say, you got these made up group of people, and you're gonna legislate something to protect a made up group of people. You know what I'm saying? They were able to do it. That shit was mind-boggling.
Did they or did they not do it? They did it.
They did it. That shit is mind-boggling. So
now did it.
I'm waiting to see the other shoe drop. Let's get to the colors.
Let's get to the nitty gritty, right? Let's get to the real of the real, right? Yeah, right.
Because just think about it. People be wondering why they gave the Jays reparations, right? Is because that is not a color. They gave the Jays reparations because that's a religion. They did all their shit under religion. All their reparations, all that shit was based on religion.
Not to the Korean.
To who?
Korean.
Yeah, you're talking about to the Jew.
Yeah, I'm just saying for the Jays. Now, as far as the Japanese, they tore up their country, bro. You know what I'm saying? If anybody's familiar with the Deming project, they rebuilt Japan.
Yeah, they did.
They rebuilt Japan. You know what I'm saying? Using the Deming process. So, if anybody wanted to research that, but
And
but
we really, well, I ain't even gonna get into it
and
because
that's a
Britain
nation.
is still up. Isn't Britain still over them?
Yeah, but these places have nations too.
Yeah, I know. I know, but I was just putting, you know, how Britain's still running things all over the world. Like that's what I was getting ready to say, though.
Well, it's because of the people. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It's because of the people. They have infiltrated a lot of different groups of people. They infiltrate and then they take over.
One thing you
Just
gotta say, man, is that
using the caste system. They are
yeah,
that's a
yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah,
I
yeah.
tell you,
That's what
bro.
I was gonna say. One thing you gotta say is that they was they was super geniuses with their bullshit. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
you might not like it, but the truth is that that was some remarkable shit that they pulled on us.
Yeah, but the thing is that one thing I don't like to get carried away about is that a lot of these things are recent developments, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times people think they were that smart from the jump, like they did this shit from
Oh
Jump Street.
nah, nah,
Nah,
nah, nah,
man,
nah, 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 nah,
it
nah,
took
nah. This the
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I would say
That's what made it so remarkable is that they didn't do it in one swift kick. They did it through time.
oh yeah, no doubt. And like I say, they allowed certain things to take place before they do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like they always have some kind
Exactly.
of a false flag or precursor or whatever the case may be, to get these different actions to take place. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
No, there's a lot of truth to that.
Why do you think they was in such a rush to get Israel? You know what I'm saying?
Why?
All that whole Holocaust shit, all that shit was done because they wanted Israel, bro. It was all
But
done for
but
that.
but why do they want Israel so bad?
So they can put their shit in concrete. And once they was able to put their shit in concrete, bro, shit been crazy as hell ever since. Ever since they formed Israel, our shit been going down.
Hmm. Have you ever looked through the Jews book of what do you call it? Not the Old Testament, but they have another book.
They had the
Uh,
Torah and they have that other book that they actually
yeah, that's
the
the one I'm
Cabal.
talking. The
The
yeah.
Cabal.
Have you ever looked at that book or skimmed through it or anything?
No, I have not. I've
Yep.
more or less what I look at is people's actions.
Brother, brother. Some of the stuff in that book you wouldn't even believe. If I told you, you wouldn't. I haven't read it all, but I have skimmed through.
Yeah, that book is like a book of wizards, bro.
Man, Wizard and Wicked Tree.
I mean, what
That
do you
book
think?
is,
How do
yeah.
you think they able to do the shit that they do? You think that shit just some regular shit?
Brother,
That ain't no regular knowledge, bro. That ain't no regular knowledge, bro. The shit they be doing. That is definitely
You
uh,
no
ever read the
regular
Necromanda?
nah,
necromancer.
nah, I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with it. I've heard that, but I've never indulged it.
Book of the Dead.
Yeah, necromancing. That's bringing back the
Yeah,
dead, right?
yeah, that would be bringing right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So
the
The
Book of
act
the
of
Dead.
right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they be using all types of
Supposed to
shit,
be
bro.
the actually they say the devil wrote it, right? but they also say it was a priest that wrote it inside of a um mausoleum, right? And he went crazy where he cut out his tongue and then fucking boom, 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 boom. But he was in a reincarnation of Thoth.
Yeah, see,
So and basically saying Thoth is who wrote the book. But yeah,
I don't mean to laugh, but man, wicked people. But see, this is this is why I think that our people go through so much because we such soulful people. You know, I for the most part, our people are very soulful. You know, like we feel deeply. Like you get what I'm trying to say. You feel me?
Yeah, man. We got. I mean, you know, we gotta. We were stewards, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean, we are unlike any other people as far
yeah,
as dealing in our for lack of better words, spirituality. You know, we I for the most out of my 50 some odd years on this earth, I've come to find that our people are very spiritual.
Naive.
Would you say naive?
Naive. So
Yeah, we
so give
can
me a
be
definition.
we can be. But yeah, we can be. No,
Right.
I would have to say to a degree, yeah, because we have been deceived, tricked, and deceived. So yeah, and the only way that could possibly happen is through us being naive certain things.
By nature, we're humble.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Right. And we're very close connected to the earth.
Right.
That's where you're getting that spiritual calling from, that spiritual awareness. But the enemy has tricked me to lose sight of that and put our sight on their gods that they created.
gave us an idle mind.
Ooh,
I don't.
man, but get out of my head, bro. I was going to jump right back to that.
Yeah, I beat you to it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Y'all teaching me now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So,
But yeah, we just got to get back to that, man. We got to come out of this normal mind state that everything and all is normal that's around us, and start to really see it as abnormal and a disability to it. And at this point, things are just start to open up. You start to decipher and shit like daily, man. Everything, and it just start opening up. And once it open up, you'll be like avoiding certain dynamics, which will put you right back on tune, on track with your Taurus field energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just gotta remember to be great, man.
Right.
Remember we
Right.
are great. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to remember you great. go and do something great. You know what I mean? So
Be the God that you are.
that's what it's all about, Nani. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about, and that's another reason why learning about the past is so important because it kind of like you building a bridge. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody want to get back to the bridge, but then turn around and be like, "Why you building a bridge? Like, we supposed to be getting back to the bridge. We supposed to be getting back, right? We supposed to be trying to figure out, where we went
What's the
wrong, right?
beginning? Yeah, what's the beginning, right?
Right. So, let some people build the bridge. You know what I'm
Well, how
saying?
can you see where you going if you haven't seen where you've been?
Well, the more important question would be is why does it matter where you're going if it don't matter where you've been?
I think it's the
You know what I'm
same
saying?
thing, bro.
I
I
I I I
think that
I
was
hear
the same
I hear you, brethren. But I hear you, brethren. Right? I hear you two on the same page. Well, let me turn back a page or forward a page.
All right.
Um, um, a man that dwelleth on the past neglects his future.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's good.
Man
It's
that
good to.
dwellers on the
It's good to.
past can neglect his future.
Well, I mean, that's also been told if you control the past, then you control the future.
Right. That's been said before too. I've heard that before too.
You
But
know what I'm
I
saying?
but uh,
Now, all right, now
but
hold
I
up.
guess if you get stuck, if you get
Let's
stuck on the, I'm sorry,
hold
go
up.
ahead,
But
bro.
check this out.
I
Check
yield
this out.
go.
All right, just take a look at what actually happened, right? We got false history being put into place. They are doing what? They are controlling the past,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what is giving our sense of insecurity as a people now because of what we think happened
The
to us in the
lies that has been
past.
told to us from the past,
That
right?
right, and that's what affecting us now.
Right.
You understand what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So your mind state is how do you move forward, right? You have two things that happen. You have information that you have gathered.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Um,
Absolutely.
and so, in order for you to move forward, you have to do what? Use the information you have available to make a decision on how you move forward. And
Right.
then
Exactly. That's
now, if you move forward without information, then where are you really moving? You know what I'm saying? So the past represents the
well,
information.
if you're moving without information, then that would be like moving without seeing. That would be so you would be
Yeah,
moving blindly.
blindly. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
But
But
that's
you'll
once,
what
be
I'm
like you said,
saying.
creating your own.
but like you said, once you have gathered information about the past, you can then make an intelligent decision about your future.
Right. So basically, the present represents what you're going to do for the future. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess that's
So
why it's a
if you
present.
make a right, so if you make a move in the present, it's going to affect the outcome of your future by your present movement. You see what I'm saying? In order for you to make a move, it's going to be based on some information you gathered. And the more information you have, the more credible information you have, the wiser your present decision is going to be making towards your future. You know what I'm saying? Now, if your information is bogus, then where you think that's going to lead you to?
My mother used to say you got to go through to get through, right? And for a long time, I didn't
Right.
really get that. But as I've gotten older, I've really come to understand that statement. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't always just mean what it sounds like. But you actually can physically go through something, and when and to get through it, you know, to come out of it, I should say, you have to go through it. You know what I'm
That's what
saying? So,
experience. Yeah, that's
yeah.
experience.
So, damn, bro.
Firsthand.
Damn, bro. That's what I was going to say. So, and I was going to say, and this is what gives you the experience that you have in life. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Of course, yeah,
All right.
definitely.
So again, that when where I'm going now puts me right back in my mind state. So when I say a man that dwelleth in the past neglects his future because he's steady looking on the past and not on present to walk forth in his future. So again, you yourself have to walk your own footsteps. You have to put your own path. You have to do your own thing, your
But you
own
know what that say to
experiences.
me, Nadi?
It's good to know.
No, you know what that
Yeah.
says to me, though? It says caution. That says caution to me. That says that, okay.
But the past, knowing the past can say caution. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying?
To keep your eye on in the past can cause you to wreck, right? So if you constantly looking in your rear view mirror, you fuck around and crash into the car in front of you. So I get that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said so that errs on the side of caution, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you saying, and I think that the interpretation is saying that is all like it. To me, it sounds like if you only do that, right?
Right.
That
Yeah.
that I mean, that's what I get from it. It's saying that if you only do that, then yeah, I mean, that's definitely what will happen.
But that's why I say you have
No
to
doubt
proceed
about
with
it.
caution.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is it's based on but what I'm saying is that's why I say interpretation is important. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because
Facts.
we you know, when it comes down to making a phrase like that, and let's just say if we don't look at it as far as saying that, okay, if that's the only thing you do, then this is a consequence that can happen. You know what I'm
Right. This
saying?
right.
Now, right. I mean, now if you interpret it different, then I mean, then that might prevent you from doing something that could be beneficial to you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say interpretation is the key.
Absolutely.
You can read things 1,000 times, but depending on what your mind state is, that how you interpret it, then you might. I mean, you can go in a whole nother direction with it. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to what um, the intention of. You know what I'm saying?
When
So,
I was studying Islam and when I was studying Christianity, it was times that I would read the texts and I would each time I would get a different understanding. Or I could read a verse 3 times, right? 3 different times. And all 3 different times get something different from it. Depending on how open my mind is to the situation, to what I'm reading. But you know,
Let
yeah.
me take you where my mind is right now on the conversation. So I go, I just placing myself with the indigenous before the colonists come or the colonials come in. And as they were keeping up them tradition and focus on the ancients, the world was changing right in front of them. As the colonials come in, and the brethren and sisters in them still was focusing on them past, them ancient, them heritage, them traditions, them culture. Them end up being bamboozled through their
Things was
future.
being snatched from them right in front of their face, yeah.
Right, because they was concentrated on being stuck in the past. Instead of watching from that point forward and making their own footsteps, not going in on if the majority of the Nubians or melanated people here in America going go on their nearest past that they know of, it would be the mistakes of the civil rights or the mistakes of we claiming to be African American or Black American or them things. But as with not being so invested in the past, we knowing the future and moving towards the future presently, we're making a change. We're making our own footsteps. We're doing something no one ever has done before. Because we're not so consumed in the past. We're going and getting information on certain aspects of certain individuals and certain tribe, just to know how it could be and should be moving forward. But as of this point in time, we're the only people making these decisions and these choices. So we're not actually in the past, we're in the present moving forward.
In the present, right, yeah.
Right.
But I think that's part of what Libra Sun was saying, though, really. I think that's y'all both saying the same thing.
Right. I mean, like I say, but that's the decisions that we're making now is based on what? It's not just based on present stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's based on everything.
Some of the information that was gathered, right?
Everything that you've ever learned in your life is part of your decisions. You know what I'm saying? So when you evolve to where you are now, that was an evolution. That's the only way man evolves, is mentally. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
The thing is that at our point in evolution, yes, we can say, okay, we got something to move forward on now. But you wouldn't be able to do that, or you wouldn't be able to say that if you didn't have the information from the past that can bridge between now and then. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if you couldn't go across that bridge, you wouldn't know shit. You wouldn't even know who you are. If we just took it from today, people would know who they are. So where are you moving forward to? It's not saying that you're not going to move forward, but where are you going?
I might just be a different individual as a different strokes for different folks. I never really invested my I did study of past events, but it never dictated my well-being or my destiny to be. I always place myself in present in the now, time of now, and not in the shoes of the past. I can never identify with the Christ or identify with Muhammad or identify with Krishna, because this is something someone's coming to tell me. I can't give, it's hearsay to me. So I always been the person, I can't go on hearsay. I can make my testimony what is true. You know what I say? And that's really what shaped me and focused me into being the individual I am today. Not actually saying the past of things and my answer. No, I really never studied them like that to make me who I am. I try to take my experiences of my own experiences.
I've heard you say that before, so I know you ain't lying.
No, I feel you, and that's what most people do, right? That's what most people do. But the only thing is that people are in different.
Being wiser and
Well,
knowing how to
right.
diffuse or um, uh, 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 evade certain obstacles that come to me now in present. See what I'm saying? I can't
Yeah, I
really
got you.
fuck with the colonial or the 13 colonies because I don't believe that shit. You know what I say? I don't
got
believe
you.
it. I don't believe none of this shit. Nothing. So all I can believe is what I hold. You know what I mean? Everything else is hearsay to me. I don't give a damn who come with what. It's hearsay. Yeah, it's a good story. Yeah, I can go to sleep on it, wake up, and maybe tell it to my children, but it's hearsay. All I can give testimony is for what I know, I see, I do, and that's just how that's the fight we need to be giving. We really don't need to be standing in other people's shoes because those other people might have truly was there, but it's a mistake that they made for me to be in the position I'm in now. So I don't want to represent that in no shape, form at all, because it can be misconstrued as I'm in place of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm making my stand. No, my stand. Fuck the world.
See,
Fuck the world.
here's the thing, though, Nadi. The only good thing about it all is that, just like the saying goes, what you say will be used against you. You know what I'm saying? So they've been saying a lot of shit, and if you talk too goddamn much, you're gonna talk yourself into a hole.
Yeah, but they didn't get away with it too,
I mean,
by changing administration.
Yeah, but it's catching up to them, though. It's catching up to them.
All this reparation and restitution and everything people looking to get off of some great grandfather, ting. Man, that administration was done and over with back in the fucking 1930s, 1908. And then that administration was done over with in 1970. And then 1914. And I mean, and 2020, 2014. These administrations that we're looking to go and claim shit with has been eradicated, bankrupt, and turned, the assets has been turned over to a different branch that has to cause a whole different atrocity within our time frame to get them. We're going on something we can't fucking get no restitution off our great granddaddy because we can't hold testimony to it. It's hearsay even to them because they don't play that part. That's not that government. That government is over with. We got to wake up, man.
I
have
got
to
you.
wake up.
Nadi, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question though. Just because the person leaves doesn't mean their estate leaves, does it? So, in other words, what I'm saying is, if somebody has the estate, the so said estate, whoever has been in charge of it, whoever been on it, whoever has it now, guess what? It falls on them because what? They're holding the estate. See, and that's the thing that we still have to look at too. It's like they don't get away as slick as they think they get away. Because you're not going to say that something don't exist anymore and you're holding the estate. You know what I'm saying? Does that land exist? Yes. How you know? Because you're holding the estate. So you can't say that the shit don't exist anymore when you're holding the estate. And that's the one thing that they can't get out of. That's the one thing they can't get out of. If something goes to you and you become the holder of it, then guess what? Everything else comes to you too. Because you have taken possession of something that belongs to someone else. And you can't claim that these people ain't around no more and you get to keep it. No. It's just like an inheritance. You inherited everything else.
I totally agree with you. I'm gonna say this, and I want my brother to kind of ease with me right now. The whole site again is no one is taking that claim, right?
Yep, you're
And
right.
when you go, if you today go and take a claim on something that happened in 1876, bro, they can't hold, you cannot hold them to it, and they can't hold you to it because it's hearsay. There's no living testimony or testifier to that. None. So throughout time, hands were shook, deals was made, whoever was in the control of that trust or that entity turned it over to someone else, Now they got a current maintenance fee on it. So check this out. I buy a piece of property, and right next to my property is a next field that's growing wild and bringing out snake and things. So I take it on myself to go and cut that grass and keep that grass cut. That owner of that property come claim that property. You know I can go and bill him for every day I cut that grass because of the current maintenance. So if we're going to go claim on something without spending our own done, this is why I try to tell people, spend your own money on your property, what you want to get, and then go and put it in a trust and do your thing for you from your point. Don't go on someone else's thing because you don't know how evident it is, how in fact it is, what happened 10 years before you come in saying something, right? So you can be, oh yeah, you claiming that, oh yeah, 1,000 acres. Well, guess what? We've been curing and maintaining it for ever since you said your great grandfather. All right, well, you owe us this bill. Now we gotta take the property again from you again because we gotta put a lien against it. There's so many different ways they can connive and shice you, and everyone do say there's a lot of ways to skin a cat to get up out of that thing, right? To get up out of that system. But bro, it's only one way to completely beat them. The same way they've been beating them. Donald Trump come on the thing and say, yo, I do the same thing that's legal. It's legal for me not to pay whoop, whoop, wop, wop, wop. Because I can use this clause and that clause and whoop. I can go shoot a person in broad daylight in the middle of Times Square and nothing be done to me. Quote unquote, he's private. He ain't giving it all away, but he's telling you, yo, shit, I can defeat the system by being like this. And they've been doing it. Rockefeller, Warren Buffett, every millionaire ever known. This is the way they beat the cat. So we have to be wise on what we're staking claim to and what we're holding on to. We have to be wise because it puts us in that category. And once we claim it, manifest it, they're going to hold you to it. Like you said just now, anything you say will and can and will be used against you. So they just waiting for you to say, whoop, whoop, wop, wop, outside of private. They want you to take on any title, anything that's attached to them. All that stuff attached to them. Some kind of way. Go buy your own, trade, patent it, put it in a trust, and start fresh. Start fresh in this new way of living because it's undefeatable, bro. They got too much conniving ways to come in. Too many. And I ain't say I know everything, but shit, I know how to bust a bitch in the head.
Nah, I feel you, Naughty. I feel you, bro. That's a fact. Man. That's a
Art
fact.
of war. You want to defeat your enemy, know your enemy.
Yeah.
So you got to know he got all kind of thing. You think he sat back and thought about what everybody thinking and saying, boom, 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 ba, 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 ba. Yeah. But I telling you right now, today, a man can be right, property can be right next to me. I go and cut his yard every day. I can charge him when he come claim that. Or I can go claim it under the charge I've been charging him to cut this. Send him a bill, he'll come up with a bill. I put a lien against the property. Now I end up with the property. Man, they killing us gently because we be tied up in we emotion and not really thinking how we can be how can we beat the enemy? Just point blank.
No, I got you, bro. I got you. You still there? Sound like you was going on. You still there, Naughty? You still there, Naughty? Check one. Naughty.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still there or not.
Oh man, he fell off, man. He might not be able to get back on because Chief's
You know what I
probably
mean?
asleep. Yo, can you hear me?
Oh wow.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mr. Brooklyn. Okay, folks. Put a 1 in if y'all can hear me. Look like everybody dropping off. Check 1, 2. All right. So yeah, that might be it, folks. We're gonna have to wrap it up. But thanks for spending time with us, kicking it. Peace and prosperity to the American gods and goddesses. Guess we'll catch y'all on the next one.